is clickable. Alright, sweet. I got a clickable link that works. Josh, Robbie, no, not at all. I knew a guy named Josh, like way different last name. Likewise. Oh, good morning. Good morning. Welcome. I might as well mention it because it seems like when I mention it, winds up motivating me to do it. Because there's only so many times I can say something before I'm motivated to actually do it. Because I can't keep saying it, and I'll just stop it. But I'm planning on getting on earlier in the mornings. I've been intending to for about a week now. But that's the thing about intentions and what the body is actually in unison with. Sometimes the body moves a little bit slower because those intentions, while albeit all good, they could use some reshaping through a moment of peace and rest. I had a necklace that was been in pieces for a while, and I just got it back together recently. I just put it back together last night. Seems like a time of change is coming up. That's what I'm feeling. But one thing I've learned in life is that feelings don't always get you exactly on the mark. Feelings get you in a general area, that's for sure. That's why I like to go to the divines. Yeah, essentially. I mean, I didn't like totally make it all from scratch. Um, though there were bracelets of old, things that broke, different. The necklaces became bracelets. Bracelets became necklaces. Colors got changed up. Things got unified. Things got combined. Um, this little guy right here. I guess I should make this light work better, but you can see I put the Rudraksha seeds, the little ones, along with the um, Kali skulls, so that they got new brains. So it's not just death, but it's like they got new brains, and then there's a knot in between each one, so they got like their own brains. And then that one is Set, and Set to me, like people look at Set here. I'll show you a picture of him. Here, I'll move the phone. Hold on. Come on with me. So Set to me, nobody knows what kind of animal Set is, okay? And to me, Set is like a giraffe, in my own perspective. There. Yeah. And So we got set down there, and we got the turquoise, we got the protection. So he's gonna protect and guide these ones ultimately through the dark. He can take out whatever challenges may lie in front of them so that their path be a little bit smoother. This was a gift right here. Like Divine Father, Divine Mother, Egyptian, and like people say, Eye of Ra and Eye of Heru, but to me, I see like the moon and the sun. For like mom and dad, that's what I see. So like really Ra, his eye is the eye of the mother because that's what he put his. That's where he allowed her to be, and then Heru, he was blinded, so Heru gained the sight of Ra. So kind of together, they make the whole thing complete. But I do think it's very important, like when I do acquire a new piece of jewelry or a gift or a pendant or something of the sort, I like to really wear it in. I like to really wear it in, and either it's going to get to a point to where it's going to break, or it's going to get to a point to where I am super desirous to combine a couple of pieces together. And before long, I may just do that. Like these pieces right here. So essentially, you have your cord, then you have your like knot, braiding there, and then I did the Rudraksha seeds in between. This one you can kind of see that I left a little bit of the thread on here. See if you can see it. So that thread is what's threading these in and out. And the first time I did it, let's see if you can see it, but I did the threading on the outside. You can see that that stitch on the outside there. On the that was my first one, but then after that I went on the inside, so it was totally just on the inside. None of that threading was on the outside. And that's the thing, is you can learn how to improve your own designs, how to combine things. I have a mind that likes to combine things. Like I don't consider myself all like crazy smart or anything. I see a couple of things and I'm like, those things go together. Or I see a couple of things and I'm like, those do not go together. And life tends to smooth out pretty easy when I can differentiate those qualities, those differences between things. Do I sell them? Okay, so here's something real. Right now I've got, I'm going to put a link here, and this is to my GoFundMe. I don't send out private messages, I don't do all that kind of stuff, but that's my GoFundMe link. I can make personalized, individualized pieces, but I don't have materials for startup. So, per se, we exchanged. My email is setra@yahoo.com, and so if you'd like a customized jewelry piece, a shamanic charged, positive energy charged piece made for you, I'd be more than happy to make anything for you. We could talk about it on through email, and you could order this stuff on Amazon, and boom, I could get it, put it all together, put my jazz on it, ship it right to you, and boom, boom, there you go. But as of right now, I don't have a shop or anything like that set up. Like I said, I don't exactly have materials for product. What I've wound up doing throughout my life is acquiring different abilities and different crafts. Being exposed to more elements has allowed me to uh, create like the headpiece and whatnot that I've done, and it was more simpler at first, and it got more complicated as time went on to what it is now. And so it's personalization, all that kind of stuff. Anyways, um, Scotic, Scotic. I want to say Scotic. I hope I'm pronouncing that correct. Um, so they asked a very good question. So, what religion? No religion in particular. I have a bit of a motto. I have many mottos in life, sayings or whatnot that I live by. And learn from all sources, belong to none of them. And be able to have a mind to take in from every element, every culture, every religion, every tribal way, everything, take it all in. And as nature calls it, what I've done for myself and what I've seen works best for everybody else is when we truly, oh, that works for us. Everything I say is not going to resonate, but that one thing, you're that's going to connect with you, and you're going to be like, I'm going to use that one. And that's what we do in life is we're exchanging little things that we like, different advantages, characteristics, traits, qualities, something we haven't seen somewhere else. And by being yourself, it's the best way to trade those, not trade them off, but give those away, share those things. Um, but yeah. Um, Going back to like product and material and making things, I've had opportunity in the past to really sit down and like make product and sit there and churn it all out. But I would have been stuck only making that one thing. I wouldn't have I wouldn't have got to the point of carving my staff. Like if you wanted a personalized staff, shoot, I could carve whatever you want in there. I mean, really, it's something you should be doing yourself. But which I'm more than happy to explain to people how to do it. It's not very difficult, and it's rather inexpensive. um, but in so doing, and not stopping in any one spot in my past, I've been able to gain a repertoire of different things to craft and bring together. I could just imagine a little shop and some product in front of me, being able to whip together stuff on the regular, throwing tarot card readings on the daily. I was I was essentially running a metaphysical shop for 10 months, and every single month I was there. I mean, like I ran the shop. I was the primary one that worked there, like literally 90. mm, If we count all the time, 98% of the time. And revenue went up and up and up. There was some problems on the electronic side one month, so there was a hiccup. But profit, like intake revenue, kept going up and up and up. Like every month I was there, and then the owner had other things in life to do, so that just she closed that one up. And but I gained a good amount of skill there, man, to be in that kind of position and have that kind of thing before me. Oh, that would be groovy. Sometimes I do braid my hair. Sometimes I get tired of all of this. But like, I've got a couple of locks back here, a couple of dreads. So, who hurt you? Actually, that's a good question. That's a real good question. It wasn't any one person in particular. It was more like a spirit. And that spirit inhabited my father, my brother, the whole religion of people I was used to be stuck in. And, at first in life, I did think it was a person that hurt me, but then I learned that spirit, that existence, that attitude, that perspective, that can exist within anybody. It doesn't matter where they are, it doesn't matter what they got on, it doesn't matter how nice they may act. That's something to, that was something to change my perspective on my approach in life. It's what made me realize that it's not a person ever that is really guilty for the offense. You could play the blame game all you want, and if you play it all the way back, shoot, I did. You don't go back to God because He created it all. Got to keep going back and 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 back to source. And either you get to yourself or God. Pick one or the other, because the devil doesn't control you. He just tries to lead you in temptation and get you to do something that's more animalistic and hurtful in nature. That's the construct of the devil, anyways. It's more of like a archetype evil. In my opinion, we kind of need a new name for like the villain, because to me, the devil lived, and he was the brightest, glorious, beautiful creation that God ever had. The sun, practically, man. Think about it. Think about it. Any real dead, it don't matter how deep or dark or twisted that sun got, that dad gonna go. He gonna get that son out of Dodge. He gonna go. He gonna save his son. It don't matter what's going down. Don't matter. Don't matter. That's his son. That's his boy. Daughter, mom for daughter, whatever the case. Anybody who don't, that ain't a real mom. That ain't a real dad. And God, last time I checked, is God, and God is love. So creation is all His. When you get back to the ancient stories, you find the Divine Mother. Here, I'll show her to you. Alright. Nice. The Divine Mother, she's seen as matter itself. If you've ever heard of prima materia, that's what you could use to create anything you want. That is the Divine Mother. She is literal matter itself, physical matter itself. And that's what the Divine Father, the first of all of intelligence, the first of all of her creation, like she's matter, and that just existed and brought together, and from that mound there rose the Father. The Father, God, didn't have a mother or anything like that, didn't have a father. He just arose from the elements living. The next transformation of matter, of existence, actually becoming awakened of itself, self-awareness and self-realization. And this is where you also are able to become, not in any superfluous, not in any foolish, not in any stupid, fanciful way, but in recognizing yourself. You are a God in your ability to connect and create and draw the elements together. And I've said it before, it goes all the way down to a basic blind split test. Send them dots. They hit the wall. They have a certain pattern. And they put a camera in there. And then the pattern changes. Why? Because observation is changing it. When one pays attention to something and focuses on it, they are bringing in gravitational force until it becomes in our awareness and alive. That's why I urge many of us to focus on that peace. Happiness is good, positive energy is good, but whether you're happy or sad, peace is balance. And the tide is going to go up and the tide is going to go down, but one's energy in balance can ride that tide like a surfer catching that wave. And that's what we're doing. Many of us, we truly do connect, and we're left wondering so many questions. And I tell you, it's evidence. All the questions you're asking, why, what's it telling me, all of that, the big upfront message. They're saying hello. Keep your senses about yourself in the world. It's easy to get lost in some fanciful mindset. Stay in a state of reality. It's good to tether off and float off into imagination land, but stay connected with the world in a sense of not losing touch with one's limits, where one came from. Because even though we may see ourselves as enlightened and developed and all of this stuff, and what's the old expression? Shit happens. It just happens sometimes. It's not anybody that's to blame for whatever the cause, for whatever the situation. I found it's to learn from it and then avoid it in the future. I mention that often. Yeah, we got, where is that thing? Somewhere around here. This morning we got tea, not coffee. These are what I got around my neck. The coins you can see here. Life advice. Alright, I got you. I got you. Is that a bullet hole? Uh, I love you all. Okay, I wrote this myself. It's in my book. I published this book. If you want a PDF copy of it, it's available on Amazon.com. If you want a PDF copy of it, shoot me an email, setchra@yahoo.com. SETCHRA at yahoo.com. If you're really, I'll send you a free copy regardless. But I'm gonna put my that's a link to my GoFundMe, and normally I don't ask, I don't mention the GoFundMe or trying to make a buck or anything like that, but I got a few days, and if I don't raise $500, then you're not gonna see me, and I got a place to store my stuff, and I got a town I can walk around and get food, so being online might be limited, but I might find a spot or two to be able to do it still. Anyways, somebody said, give me some life advice, something along those lines. To write this book, it took me a total of 8 years, and it had layers. It had layers. It contains a language, a love language, and the love language is literally, it contains stories of my personal life so that one can connect with the event, and then I explain I mention the word, and then I give a personal comment on my life experience, and then I get into the details, the long explanation of the definition of each word. And there's 129 words, and essentially this was how I processed. In the book, I present them in a different order, as if somebody new was kind of coming into it, but the words are ordered in number how they came to me, and that was how I processed receiving this information one after the other. And yeah, yeah, and yeah, like I said, it's available on Amazon.com. And yeah, you shoot me an email if you want a PDF copy. I'll shoot you. Personally, for me, I like to get a free PDF copy, because if I really like that copy, then I can go buy the hard copy. But if I don't, like if I just read it once, I'm like, okay, that was cool. Then I don't. Anyways, my email's setra@yahoo.com. Anyways, but from that book it says, as old tales seem to rhyme, the hero who is super fights many a crime. They were born just as you and I, both are the same. As they strengthen the weak, never do they seek fame. Though let me of their youth to you do tell, the past they would not change, else their powers would fail. A hero is born from the pangs of death, just like a resurrection from that deep depth. The movies depict a hero flying in, however, around the week this hero walks within, seeking the sincere at heart, preparing each one for the day of concert. Staying stronger than steel, may they mend the weak to heal, just as the knight of old their own life to virtue was sold, while seeking those long lost children with sincere consideration. A superhero of love's might, as well as a true knight, sacrifices one's own desires to save all those whom have fallen into the fires.
Conquering the defeat, and true are these words, a real life superhero and their concords you have met during a state of your discords. They are real, I tell you, their life's no mistake. Superpowers so endless that from them no one can take. Love conquers all. May love hear your call. And like that's in the beginning, and to me, I'm like, if I could wrap my life up into one little, that's it right there. And you could hear the word knight and you could hear the word chivalry, but I'd done some history, and them motherfuckers were not nice. Chivalry was their prowess on the I'm not kidding, okay? All the stories, romance novels, and chivalry is bullshit. Let me explain it to you. At least the reality of it. Chivalry equals your prowess on the battlefield. Your ability to dominate the battlefield is your ability to profit. Go save a damsel in distress, and you get to profit from the battlefield. Chivalry still does exist for people, especially in the sports field and other venues in life. Chivalry in that aspect does exist. But truly, the kind deed of a knight living up to the virtuous qualities, those were the few, very few, in stories of them. That's what exists in fanciful tales. And a lot of times, those fanciful tales were individuals' desires that they could have done something better than what they did. So, in my own life, in my own pursuit, in back into the days when I had armor and all of that sort, I had to figure out what it meant to be a knight in these days and times, what those qualities and aspects of life would actually be to hold, regardless of what was happening around you. That was all I really wanted to read from there. Hmm. Okay, like for instance, in my book, there's this word, and I used to try to explain these words to people, and when I would say the word, people would totally, I would lose them. They'd totally be gone. Like, so I tend not to say the words, and I just tend to convey the meaning, because the meaning means more than everything. That's the connection. That's what the word for me is allows me to access a wide range of memory. I'm able to open up an entire subject at the cue of a single word. I'm gonna teach you what I did. Okay, this transmutation stuff, meditation stuff. Um, so follow me. You have triggers in your life. You can replace those triggers. You can. What I chose to do was input a new word, and that word triggers all the information. The information that I need is a solution. And for instance, this particular word is called Sayeth. And Sayeth really comes to balance. And rather than reading from the book and what I wrote, I wrote the darn thing. I know I lived, I am at. These are my core qualities. If you want to know how I work and operate in my mind, this is my this is my this is my 101. This is my basics. There's another word, a computer term I was looking for. But this is my code. This is how I operate. This is how my mind operates. But Sayeth really is bringing out balance. And people would tell me, you need a ground, you need a ground, you need a ground. And they have no clue how much I'm grounding every day of my life. They're not looking at that. They're not seeing that. They just think And I need to apply the solution they use that worked for them, and that's going to work for me. No, I've done it. That doesn't work. I, I get in, but it doesn't take the stuff off the top. It doesn't drain the stuff out that I need the way I need to. I'm more connected with the air element. Way more connected with the air element. Yeah, I ground. I dig. If I told you some stories. But I'm connected with the air element. And so my balance can happen even though my fingers and hands aren't in the dirt and soil of the earth. I have connections there. I've set up hotspots on this world where my energy connects with whenever I meditate. And so my particular balance, the Sayeth, what it's saying is, it doesn't matter what the solution is. Connect with the element that you connect with. Maybe you connect with fire. Boom, bust out the lighter. You know what I'm saying? Like, connect with the fires. Maybe you connect with water better. You always got your jug of water. Maybe you want some flavor to the water. You got tea or coffee or something. But whatever element you connect with that balances you, apply that one. So it allows one to operate a little bit more outside the boundary of my solution works for you, you have to do it this way. This Sayat is saying, hey, remember to balance, remember you can do it your way. And so when somebody talks about things or they're stuck somewhere, I can really go into that. I can bring back from all my personal experiences. I can bring out the whole repertoire of all my progress and elements and earthing and grounding and airing and scrying and all meditate, all of it, and all boom, boom, boom. And so I chose to replace my triggers with positive cues to hear when somebody's heart is not doing good. The mouth speaks what the heart thinks. Cross the board. Pay the fuck attention when they say, no, that's not what I meant. That is the lie. What they said is the truth. You can't say two contradicting things and say you didn't say this one. You said fucking both of them. So there's a source of why you said both of them. That's why nobody's going to tell you the truth. You have to see it, you have to hear it, and you have to believe it. You can't accept bull. You can't accept junk. Belief is powerful. It's extremely powerful. Well, why didn't you do that for me? Well, you told me that. Oh, I was just joking. You weren't fucking joking with me, and I wasn't laughing, and you weren't laughing when you said it. I believed you for what you said, so I didn't worry about it. Joke's on them. Fools on them. They said what they said. I didn't interpret your sarcasm or your joke. I went with what you said. I'm very literal with my words. Are you not literal with your words? Because if you're not, then you're playing a motherfucking tone game with me. You playing motherfucking games with me. Which means you getting me in a roundy row, which means you trying to use me because you up to no good, and that's why you can't just be straight front up honest with me. And I didn't have to say nothing. I just sat back and watched and believed what I saw and believed what I heard. I let the truth be live. I found how to balance. I realized why I was unstable because that person's presence brought in a storm of chaos. So I choose to be still and calm in my peace. Don't matter if I'm happy or sad or angry, I'm at peace. I'm the calm, they're the storm. Motherfucker, I'm the eye and I'm gonna see everything. That's what you can do. That's how you change your script. That's how you throw in the wild card. That's how you bring up the Joker and bring in what somebody never saw coming. They thought they had all the cards already played out on the table. Nope, motherfucker, we transformed in a moment. And so that's, and technically within this book, there's 3 books. The last portion, there's one that has like my journal excerpts, and so it talks about that sport. Um, Again, if you're interested in this book, I can send you a free PDF copy. I also got a GoFundMe you can donate to if you care to, but ultimately I'll share it for free. But in the back, I start actually combining the symbols and literally mathematically showing how the new understanding was actually came up with the new word imposed, so that you don't have to repeat all the different words. Each one of these characters would be a different word. And so, like, I literally show how to literally work it, understand it, utilize it, combine it, how to create your own formulas, your own new words. Um, and then I have a book in the end that's called The Events of Nath, and it's my own epic poem. And I started writing it, and I stopped at a certain point because I told the universe, I said, if I'm going to keep writing, then I wrote up into where my life needs to get to. Until my life gets there, then I'm not writing no more. But like, this is a portion within that epic poem. It says, all this while I've been chasing after many a dream, as I've sought others over me, desire to reign supreme. They pant like a dog in heat for all that their life will meet. All their actions, their life is twisted, their hearts and minds continue conflicted. They do all they will to find no reason. For them, this simply is not their season. They know how to place one foot after the other with direction of someone they do bother. The one who desires and dictates malicious style upon each one that wears a smile. May we take notice of their ways. During such tribulation, mark these days. Against the masses become submissive, grant power to all that we can to strengthen. The fear that may lie inside is something that we must deride. The misguided of this world will attempt defeat as our love guides the direction of our feet. Our will of us uplift, and from such evil we will drift, standing stronger than before while opposing all that fake false lore. Cause our flesh becomes destroyed, love will stand unannoyed. Evil has its craft that will kill and maim. Against love, such attempts are such a shame. For when evil kills the flesh of love, self condemned is evil, unlike a dove. Love's death is love's resurrection. This world knows no such direction. Every time my foe attacks my love, I learn their tactics, of which side I shove. To learn the pain of humiliation is the price to pay of fleshly destruction. And in that death can we become alive when we are strengthened by love to survive. After refashioned becomes my mind, this world we leave behind. So join me in all that is holy, as love will conquer all the unruly. We have become that sacrificial offering of our time for those who continue committing so much crime. Do we join their fights over trivial law, or shall we submit by way of love to them all? Love does not puff up. Love stands strong. Love continues this campaign that takes so long. What shall our love prove true? Our endurance of all that is to ensue. Does evil destroy evil? May we never turn to such. As our love is refined, let's watch out for that bunch. Nothing can separate love from us. 'Tis not lust. Of the greatest secrets of wisdom to us we will be entrust. Let us be careful this does not fall into darkened hands of our adversary, who have the masses of human bands. They have their tune while we have the moon. We reflect love's might and light, the very glory of sun so bright, with the beautiful and appealing essence, may we embody divine presence, that even the most defiant will be humbled by the giant of whom we are inside, becoming a person in whom people can confide, the Son of Love, whom people shall behold, then may we be love, a mighty stronghold. Shit, I forgot I wrote such things. That's from my book. Sounds like everything I talk about. Yeah, I wrote that book. If you want a free copy of it, I'll send you a PDF for free. My email is cetra@yahoo.com, and there it is in the chat log. And if perhaps you're like, cool, I appreciate getting the book, then there's a link to my GoFundMe, boom boom, that I just put there. And I usually am not asking or carrying, but I got a few days to bring together $500, or else I'm gonna be out on the street. So I'm trying to raise a few bucks here. Somebody asked earlier about product, bracelets, necklaces, stuff like that. I can custom make things. I don't exactly have the product, but I do have essentially a way so that it could happen. So if you're interested in having a bracelet or a necklace or something of the sort made, you can email me in chat log. Is my email just a little bit up, and we can talk about such things. And if you would like to get that done, I can get that done for you. Boom, ship it out. Boom, boom. Help you, help me. Make the world go round. I ain't trying to ask for too much or nothing. I'm just trying to keep a roof over my head. Uh, for about from 2012, April, May, June 2012 to 2015, I was pretty much like without a home. And then I had something pretty steady for about 8 years. And then since 2022, that just left me in a situation I couldn't bear it. I couldn't stay there. I was just emotionally, I was beat in the ground, and my grave just got deeper because of someone just pounding on the back of my body just further every day. So I left, and since 2020, mid June 2022, I was able to kind of get from place to place to place, and then that hit the mark. But anyways, what does all that matter? Why does it matters? Because of the journey. I knew that hanging around certain individuals was not going to last indefinitely. And so I would soak up every single moment, because I knew that I was going to hear my intuition and it was going to say it's time to go. And people get comfortable and they don't want to go nowhere. They're going to stay right there. They're safe. And the spirit usually winds up moving me around. And to me, like, that's when I know somebody else isn't gonna follow that faith. I mean, it's not something to get upset with. It's something to recognize. Hey, if my car loses a tire and I do not have a good spare, you know, know what you got. And as I went from place to place and I've journeyed and whatnot, I've learned so much. I watched a movie last night. Never seen the movie before. It was made back in 2022. And, well, I should say, anyways. And, uh, and I saw the dude's room and I was like, wow. He had Egyptian stuff and Greek stuff and armor and this and that. And I was like, yo, that's like my room. So I like that dude. That's a good character. But truly, there's nothing wrong with living in your own world. Your own world you want to make up that you get to keep with. You know, like your ever shining sun, rainbow that never goes away in your heart. Like just the goodness that exists. It's just, that's the joy to hold on to. That's the joy to hold special and close because that's usually what people need when they're not doing good. It's not really fulfilling anything in the moment because in the moment, what they're dealing with is just an object standing in the place of an old emotional wound. And that's why I train my mind so that when I hear a word of somebody's emotional wounds, then I'm triggered to respond in thought of consideration of what could actually get them out of that situation and be very specific with that and not having to bring up my old life or my old junk or getting upset or living in the moment. She said this to me and getting lost on some chord of my own personal, but focused on them because you can rewrite your trigger system. You don't have to have triggers of bad consequences, of bad reactions. You can have triggers that cause you to do good things. And fuck fight or flight shit. I got a plan, and when I go in, I know exactly what I'm doing. I don't care if fight or flight pops up into me. I'm heading exactly with what I got going down. I know I, mm, I ain't reacting. I am the cause. It truly is becoming more in tune with divine essence requires a lot of stability and that calm and that peace so that you can elevate your perspective of life, your view of life, your view of events, and not be stuck to animalistic, instinctive responses, but rather scientific or investigative or helpful or help healing or we can that's the morphing stage from where you're at to where you want to get to. Truly, it's your I went on a journey because not only did I hear it was possible, but I was already doing it. I had already been working on it for years when I heard that it's possible to rewire one's own brain. And then I thought about all the little bad experiments or big ones, whatever, the bad stuff, code, stuck with images, complete mind control stuff, right? They're rewiring the brain. Okay, they got to have machines and this and that, and yada yada, what the fuck ever. I found words of power. I found mantras. I found guided meditations. I found rich things to encode purity, not just incoming from some other freaking digital media conception, construct, business, whatever. I didn't go to that aspect. I went ancient. I went ancient. Show me some ancient blessings. Show me some ancient words. If God exists, then all of life goes back to Him. So all these different languages belong to Him. Let me, if I can't talk them, I can't talk Sumerian or Sanskrit to you, but I could read the heck out of it and player it off. Oh my gosh, I love it because I honor and respect all of the creative aspects that have been given, that are. And truly, by channeling that divine essence, that divine energy, that's when people of our world, bright minds, Nikola Tesla, Einstein, freaking Plato, on and on and on and on and on and on and on, Nietzsche, all the individuals I can name, and more and more and more and more have popped up. But I believe the real renaissance that we're going through, the world renaissance that we are going through, is that it's a moment of resurrection of all of these souls coming back. And you could be one of them. You could be freaking Einstein re-embodied and no one knows it, but your mind's just like, just fucking puts everything together in a fucking snap and a whiz. And you're like, you don't know how you do it, but you do. And it works because you're connecting to all that. And I believe that's the age. That's the world renaissance. It's not a World War III. It's a world renaissance. Let's rewrite that one. Change that fucking catastrophe. Renaissance, bitches. We're gonna get together, the witches, and we're gonna mend all that's been torn with a bunch of stitches. Oh man. People want you stuck and locked in their mindset because then that's the only thing you can do because it's all you can imagine. And all it is just like, fuck, it's the turtle breaking the shell, bro. I talked about it yesterday and the day before that. The turtle busting the shell. And once you bust that shell, you gone from that mug. Break the shell, break the cage, break the barrier, break the boundaries that are within your mind, stopping your heart from leading your body. Your heart tells your body, let's do it. And your mind says, I don't know, not really good idea. Well, there's nothing wrong with it. If it was just in all proper sense, okay thing to do, I can do it. Have some fun in life. Let your spirit guide you. And that's what I talk about in my book. And is when we're working with I have different names for the soul, essentially. I wouldn't call them names, but relationship phases. I would really kind of group that within. And the first word is that you're aware of your soul and you're communicating, but it's not flawless communication. We got like 73% at best clear communication. Usually we probably down into 50s or 60s, 3%. And so there's a lot of miscommunication that comes in. And if you ever been in a relationship or had a friend, then you know miscommunication can fucking destroy everything. And in hindsight, you're like, damn, I didn't mean it. And the other one's like, dang, I didn't mean it. But what happened, happened. And how you feel is how you feel. And that, it is what it is. Anyways. But then you move to a different stage once you're working and you really get together and you go through a certain process. You have a different relationship. Now all the information coming in, damn, it's 98% to 100% all the time, all the time, all the time, all the time. That, when you reach that level, when you're connected with your subconscious, your soul, your heart, when your mind and heart are truly unified as one, that's when you get a lot of interference coming from the outside world into your mind of thoughts and ideas that don't belong to you. Such thoughts and ideas of, oh, I'm not a good person, oh, I don't live up to that, all self-doubting kind of constructs, not really not honoring, properly honoring yourself for what you have done. And that shows what you're capable of in the future to you and you alone. No one else can see that. You know that. And if you don't know what I like to people like, imagine the possibilities, I say. But when I say that, my mind's blank. It's a honestly, I see bubblegum pink clouds. That's all I see when I say imagine what can go from here. Imagine what could happen there. Because to me, my imagine says it's darn near blank because it's a whole bunch to fill in that I don't know. I can't imagine all that goodness. I haven't had all that goodness. That's, I mean, to really imagine some, that takes some effort for some folks. Anyways, you get to one point with your subconscious, with your soul, where you're on point, and that's a different. That's like it's like a friend to a brother. That's like two siblings and you never see eye to eye, and then the younger one finally goes through something in life and they're like, oh, I get you now, and they're like, yeah, right, all right, welcome to the fam. Little experience will get you there. My book is on Amazon.com. um, if you would like a free PDF copy of my book, I will email you a free PDF copy. My email, I'll put it into the chat log here. Shoot me an email. I'll be happy to send you a free PDF copy if you'd like. And if you wind up being appreciative of it, there's a link to my GoFundMe. A donation would be appreciated. Not necessarily required, but I've mentioned it a few times. Right now, I've got a few days. I don't normally mention it, don't care to, but I might be out on my tush, so I'm trying to raise $500 so I can cover rent. Anyways, but also, if you do want a hard copy of that book, regardless, it is available on Amazon.com. Just go to Amazon.com and type in Setchra, Setchra, and that book will pop up. And yeah, Setchra, Setchra. And I did take these photos actually. I am the photographer of these photos of the moon. I got a pretty decent camera. Country, United States. Super Soldier said, Oblivion NPCs be like, stop, thief! Oh, look, I might be a lot of things, but I didn't steal this one. Who was it? So I'm not a burglar. If he's a burglar, God, if I say he's a burglar, he's a burglar. That's what I said. I never stole nothing. My staff? D? D here? Let me like scooch over so we could get D in the shot here. Okay, so this is D, just letter D. D for doctor and D for Durga. We got ancient Japanese cuisine. We got Norse runes, and we've got Egyptian Kemetic hieroglyphs. I carved these in myself. It's got the rattle, and right here we got 2 quartz crystals, big ones. Of course. See? And it goes around the whole thing, has quartz crystals also wrapped with the copper wire. Now, at the heart of all of that is a rose quartz stone itself that I did a lot of they're not I did a lot of spiritual healings for people, and I kept the stone at the top, not to steal energy, not to do anything bad, but simply as a recorder. The quartz crystal will retain memory. And so it's not taking anything, it's just absorbing the frequency and retaining it so that it can practically be remembered. And so that's at the heart of it. And then quartz crystals all the way around, like I said, and the 2 big ones. But each of those quartz crystals wrapped around has the pressure as the piezoelectric effect. So D here literally is regularly emitting a pulse. Literally, like you put your hand up to it, I feel it right now. Like it don't matter. Like you can feel the pulse of energy coming off of the staff. And D here, I left D in a vehicle once when I went to visit somebody at their house, and the wife came home and took the car for a moment, and she expressed how D was telepathically communicating with her, and she was like, "Your staff is alive," and I was like, "Yeah, I know." um, these D's got me through a lot of tough times because somebody asked, say, can your staff can cast spells? 24/7 is broadcasting. 24/7, this thing is living a live energy flowing, making things happen. I've been in some tough situations, and there is a way to create a vibration that truly does enhance your energy field, and
I found some ancient formulas and I found how to really link some things together, and I did all the work on them myself. I did all the work myself, except I had a buddy down in New Mexico. I personally call him a brother. I don't, man, but they did the final glazing. I was done carving. I was done putting all the work and all the finishing touches. All my effort went into D, and he did the final glazing, and I had some garnet, some crushed garnet, and we put that into the glaze at the end. So there's crushed garnet from top to bottom. Um, yeah, I got my little drum, little um, oh gosh, what I forgot the name. I don't say things for a while. I totally forget the names. Damaru. I got my little Damaru drum, little Shiva's drum. Got got my flute on there. So this guy right here is my flute, and got my shofar. And if I like don't have a place to be, then I have a legit wand as well. And the wand, I'll just attach it to D here, and boom, like we'll go for a walk anywhere. And yeah, I'll go in, if I go into a store, if I go into some Republic, I'll put a shirt on or a vest or something of the sort, usually like a vest. I tend to stray away from shirts. Like I was about to put one on the other day, and I was like, you know what, nah, I'm good without a shirt. I like sweaters. Sweaters are cool. Purpose. Mm, ooh. I'll come back to purpose. Remembrance saves the forgotten. I like your comment. Said Citra is a kind person, but it's all random. If you were there in the room, how would it be? Peaceful or scary? Okay, look. If you're a kind person, if you've done, decent with your life, yeah, we all screw up. Yeah, we all done a bad thing. Whatever the case, okay? Not if you're a kind person, dude, the energy, you're like you're like literally people come into my space when I was running the metaphysical shop in Pontiac in Waterford, Michigan. When people would come into my space, essentially, this is the space I created within the shop for the inner temple, inner sanctuary. And people come in and literally they would hang for hours. I had these one people. It was a couple. They came in and they were there for freaking between 6 to 8 hours, bro. At least 6 hours. At least 6 hours. At least 6 hours. Solid, solid. And and I just kept going on and talking, and because if you're in the room with me, then we're connected, bro. We're connected, sis. And I'm gonna say everything that the spirit, everything the divine needs to tell you. It's just gonna be like if you allow me to, and if I recognize somebody's not into this stuff, then I'll shut up. I'm not gonna go on and on and on about it with you. But if we're jamming, you know what I'm saying? If we're jamming, then shoot, it's gonna flow. It's gonna flow. And I think 3 hours into it, 2 hours into chatting with this couple I was mentioning a moment ago, I was like, if y'all would like I could stop talking or we could talk about something else. Yeah, I don't mean to like just hold the floor. And they were like, no, 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 keep talking, keep talking. All right, I'll just keep talking. And so the energy literally is a safe spot. It's a safe zone because of all the crystals, because of all the stuff. Demons don't come around. Bad shit don't come around this space. It don't want nothing to do with it. It's a direct link to the divine almighty alive, living in the moment. Nothing bad wants to have anything the fuck to do with me. It doesn't. That's why I don't care about bad comments. Whatever. It's okay. I understand what's really happening. It's
It's totally understandable. And so, really, peace, most people I found in this world, they have never experienced the moment of peace until they came and hang out with me in my space. People have cried and told me things. People have come back and told me things months later they couldn't tell me in the moment. God, miracles, legit miracles, legitimate miracles. I've had somebody, it's peaceful. That's what harmony, resonance, order, divine law and order, divine order of things, divine arrangement of things. It becomes the eye within this chaos of the world. That's spirituality. That's what spirituality does. The whole world is one big ass storm, and spirituality is like opening a portal to heaven, and whatever you want to call it, however you want to terminize it, with whatever faith is fine and acceptable, but it's your link. It's your link to all that is loving and positive, and that kind of insight, that kind of intuition coming into you, you always have a solution for whatever issue comes up. So ultimately, yeah, you worry a little bit here, yeah, road's like who knows what's going on, but somehow we keep making it, and really, there's more stability than anything else. And purpose, what's my purpose? My purpose. I read it earlier, and my purpose is, no matter in what way, no matter how distant, unseen, uncared for, whatever, is to continue to be a father even though my daughter's passed away. To continue to be a good son to my mother even though she passed away. And that means that even though they passed away, those qualities, those traits, and those aspects of my interacting with life don't change. I don't have to call you all close. I don't have to know your name. I don't need to be all buddy buddy with you. But I could still think you're my mom, or I could still think you my sisters, or I could still think you my brother. I could still give you that role just for a moment, and we feel a little good for the moment. I ain't trying to get twisted or nothing. I know most of the time, not most time, I might find it fit in for a while because people like something new and shiny. But in the long run, they just wanted a fun time, and fun's good, but fun can get you in a lot of trouble. I like peace. I like peace. I really like peace. And peace allows me to live my life in the direction I want to. And so, to be a son and to be a father eternally is my purpose. And I have had some people send me some messages and emails and very long explanation, and it touched my heart. And obviously, what I said touched their heart. And that was enough. Just to know that I am doing what my purpose is. I ain't lost sight of that. Yes. Cannabis Chris.
Yes, bro. Real life Arc Raider character. I went to a Rudder Middle School in Texas, right? And they were the Rattlers when I started going there. But then they switched their mascot the last year I was going there to the Raiders. Thank you very much, Myra. Love the name Myra. I think I've heard that once before, maybe. Do I live in a separate realm? Well, by gosh, Jorley, yes, I do. Absolutely separate realm. Let me explain it all out to you. See, there are pink butterflies outside and pink rainbows. That's just the way it goes. But from my mind, in my world, that's what I choose to have. In my essence of my character, that's what I choose to focus on. Everybody else in the world, after years of really looking at them, okay, I went and sat with him for days and months. Every day I'll go sit 5 hours with somebody. What did they teach me? What did they have to offer me? Complaints, frustration, meaningless entertainment, no growth, deterioration, stagnation. And so in my world, I'm always learning. I don't care if people are giving me nothing. I'm going to look around my environment and I'm going to learn something. Are they too dirty? Well, I'm going to put in a extra lesson into my heart and be a little more clean. Are they too clean? Well, I'm going to put a little extra minder into my heart. Well, remember not to be too clean, be a little balanced, because I could spend every hour of the day cleaning, but then where is my connection with the Almighty? Truly, truly, my connection comes when my body stops. When my body stops working, that's when I get to talking. But while we're doing all this interaction, hopefully it's coming from divine intuitional direction. And staying in that tunage, keeping that eye of the storm, staying in my own realm of being. I've known other people, and all day I go over to their place every day and hang out with them for 5 hours a day. Months on it, I've done it. I've done it from from Texas to Michigan and fucking in between, man. I've done it across the years doing this, living on the edge of my seat. Who knows if I'm gonna get kicked out and lose everything or be fucking screwed up Timbuktu? I don't know. But I'm gonna learn from them God put me in that room to learn from. I'm gonna learn something. And I learned that I do not choose to fill my conscious mind with deteriorating speech, with complaining speech, with ugly speech, with ugly ideas, with hurtful things. That's not in my mind. You want to think about it? Go right on ahead. That's your world. That's your realm. That's your universe that you have 100% control of. You don't have control over much in this world. Hell, you don't even own the land you walk on. Soon enough, they're going to start charging us for the damn air in the fucking air. You own your body, though. You own your fucking body. Your body belongs to you. Your skin, your flesh, and your brain works. That belongs to you. And everybody in the world, they're going to do everything they can to say, live in my realm, live in my world of chaos, live as a slave, doing everything as a worker bee for me, work and do what I need you to do. And that's why I scream, what's my purpose? To liberate as many people as I can from the control of others, from their manipulation, so that you can get your life back. And for most people, so they could get their life for the first time ever.
And that requires learning where to live, learning where to live, learning where to live. I know where they live in. I bump shoulders with people in hell left and right all day long. Don't mean that's where my body is. I'm in heaven. And I'm bumping shoulders with people in motherfucking hell. That's a realm I live in. And you can live in any realm you want to. That's your power. That's your ability. They could throw the body in a jail cell. They could put the body in the sky. They could let it wild and roam. But inside your mind, that is creation. That is your universe. That is yours. That's where you have true freedom. That's where you have the greatest technology this world will ever offer. It's right in you. And they could try to put implants in the body and say the body's doing more with all this electronic shit, but that is unnatural. It is now biomechanical. We are biology in essence. We're not wrong. You don't have to plug us into a fucking wall. That energy generates from within us. Our emotions create that energy, and we can do anything with that energy we want. We could hold that energy back of rage, look at somebody that needs our help, and say, fuck, let me transform this into love and help. Actually, you know what? That dude who needs help, he's being attacked. Voosh, that rage comes out. I'm talking about energy. I'm not talking about physical action. That energy of rage comes out and it protects that individual. The person who's coming to attack them, somehow they slipped out of nowhere, hit their head on the fucking ground, blood's all over the road, and the good person's getting away. That's what energy can do. It'll trip a motherfucker up. Especially when that energy is being directed from the divine. It'll arrive right on time. Great question. Great question. Appreciate that one. Bosco son. Okay, do I love the woods or home? I love a temperature controlled environment. I literally built a hut, and then within the hut, I built a cabin. I mean, straw roof, straw on the outside and everything, man. I built a hut. And then inside, I nailed together a cabin. And I had two, anyways. It was beautiful because when it was hot outside, it'd be cool inside. And when it was cold outside, with my where I had my heater, my not heater, but my campfire pit, my fire pit set up, it's just freaking beautiful. And it just stays so warm and toasty, just with a little bit of heat. And so, if I could live in the woods, in like a cabin hut, like it don't even have to have a door that closes, but just keep that extra chill out when it gets too cold, and keep the water out when it rains, then I'd prefer to be in the woods. Otherwise, it's kind of hard to find that what I'm looking for, usually. But that's what I would prefer. Let's see here. Boom. Okay, so people who ask, what is my job? This sort, I just mentioned what my purpose is. And in covering that, I have chosen for many years to put my service to my fellow human being, not necessarily towards a company, specifically not towards a company, specifically not towards somebody who has money to pay me back for my good deeds. But as I'm directed in every moment, then I serve. And I've been doing my thing in my study and whatnot, and
I mentioned this the other day, but as it was told to me, pray. When you pray, go into your room, go into your closet, close them doors behind you, and you pray. And then the Almighty Lord God, divine being, Brahma, whoever you want to call their name, I don't care. But they told me in my heart, they said, start praying in public. I said, I didn't say, are you sure? I said, did I hear that correctly? They say, yeah, you heard that one correctly. He sent me the omen for it and everything. I said, well, okay. And that's when I wound up soon. I was able, after that had happened, that was a couple years ago. That's when I wound up running a metaphysical shop. And when I ran the metaphysical shop for 10 months straight, I literally opened my room up to anybody that came in, essentially. My little shrine, temple, whatever you want to call it or see it as. I opened up, I started praying in public, not online public, in public, just in public. And invited people in, whoever would be willing to jam with me. I play sound bowls and stuff, and that's what I'm talking about. Like ancient kind of jamming. I say jam. People think ceremonies, rituals, things like that. But I like to keep things a little casual, because to me the divine, I see them as family, and seeing them as family is like if you're too like stiff, well then you're not comfortable, you're not relaxed. How are they going to connect with your heart if you're all stiff? And this is an energetical connection. I can't be stiff. For me to talk with my mom, I gotta be who I am and just let my words flow. And my shoulders might go up, keep good posture, but then I lose that. I was kind of slump forward and so forth. Anyways, but um, but no, I don't necessarily get paid. Um, I am mentioning this at the moment um, because I got a few days coming up, and if I don't raise $500, then I'm going to be out on the street again. And but I do have a published book. It is on Amazon.com. It is entitled Setchra, Setchra. Or if you would like a free PDF copy of it, I'm going to type my email in the chat log, and it's cetra@yahoo.com. And you can send me an email asking for a copy of the book, and I'll gladly, happily send you a copy for free. And also, I'm just going to put it on there. Any donations would be appreciated. Perhaps you send an email, get a copy of the book, and you're like, actually, yeah, I like this. I'll shoot them a couple bucks. In the chat log, there's a link to my GoFundMe. And so I just mentioned that there. But yeah, YouTube is not monetized. I'm not trying to profit off of people. I'm not trying to. I don't. I'm not following the pattern of the pro quo. Here's how you make $1 million and get rich. I'm not following take advantage of people so I can have a roof over my head or a life. Even if it's my purpose is my purpose, and as I'm inclined to do, I do, and I want to share as freely as I can, as often as I can. So there's a lot of doors that wind up being closed to me in different ways, and then I recognize those signs and I don't fight against it. I allow that door to be closed. Some limits and barriers I like to break. I want to go beyond. That's a different subject. But some of those doors that the divine are like, nope, let that remain closed. You don't need to go through there. Then I'm like, okay, sounds good. And there's a lot of information I talk about and discourse over. And what winds up happening when the thing gets monetized is you wind up getting commercials and other things, and it changes the flow in the dynamic. And so those doors are what they are, and I rather just share as I have been and be who I am. I've tried to sell products, and I suck at selling product. I ain't no good at selling products, man. Shoot, I've worked at some clothing and fashion places or whatever,
And people come in and they'd be like, which one do you think looks better on me? This one or this one? And I'll be like, that one looks so good. And they'll be like, ooh, I hate that color. I'm going to get this one. I guess I helped you choose your mind by picking out the wrong one. I'm no good at selling nothing. I know how to be a son. I know how to be a brother. I know how to be, a father. I can do these kind of things, but I ain't no stiff. That's for sure. Lead Bird 95. Interesting enough, I'll say like uh there's different classes of like right death metal and so forth. There's different words for the different types of metal, and I'm just gonna say I do like that heavy. I knew a dude, and he actually taught me a little bit about it, of which I was completely unaware. And so there are some bad stuff, some bad jams I'm not into, and messages aren't all there, but actually on a different whole reality of much of it is given a really actual positive message, and and so I did come to an appreciation of that of a various amount of styles of music, and truly I love music of all sorts, so I'll say it plainly. old school Old school Tejano music is my hardest to listen to and enjoy continuously, because it just kind of gets a little repetitive, like just. But other, but I love music. I love music across the board: rock, Tejano, Christian, soft, classical, Mozart, binaural. All I love music. Music is very important because it truly allows the mind and the brain to work in a different frequency, a different field. I really do believe that sound is a massive influence on our lives, and how we use sound is a process of meditation work that most people are unaware of. Mm. I'm getting down to the bottom of the comments. Martin, thanks Forsaken King. See if I scroll up Martin. And let me give it a look real quick. All right, let me give it a quick look on Amazon. Oh, there we go. Yeah, you gotta make sure and type it in correctly, because it'll try to auto correct the spelling of it. Man, I know the hardback is available. I'll show you. actually paperback and the other way. Yeah, you just type in Cetra, Setchra, on Amazon.com, and it'll pop right up. Okay, we'll give you a tour. I'll give you a tour around the room here. I gotta turn on another phone to get the flashlight. I don't have lights illuminating the entire room, but we'll give you a tour. And while that's turning on, I'm gonna use the bathroom. I'll be right back, and we will have a tour of the room. All right. Thank you for your patience. All right, got that going. No, I don't mess with voodoo. Yes, I can remove the effects of voodoo. I won't say I remove the effects of voodoo. I just talk to the individuals who will squash that stuff out, so I can, you know. But no, I don't mess with it. I mess with hoodoo. Hoodoo is the good side of that. Okay, Fardagoth, the smoking wood elf. Okay, people have asked and made the comment. They're like, what happened from all the armor to all the shamanistic stuff today? And you said it great. Bro went from knight to druid, which is a shamanic knight. Boom. Like, think about it. I won't say every one of them, but at least during the medieval times, the reason why an individual became all devout towards God was and stopped fight was because they were a knight. They fought. They killed for years, and they had so much guilt on their conscience. They were like, "Damn, I need to get fucking close to God." Or it was just a process of the initiatory life to be a knight, to fight on the battlefield, and then to transition to being a druid, a monk, a man of faith, da 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 da. And so my journey in this life has essentially mimicked that process, that ancient process that personally I found to be true. Because Odin,
the Vikings of old, all those of Scandinavia, all the old tribal ways, that's what it was. You're a fucking warrior. You're a fucking warrior in the beginning, and you fight to protect your tribe. And then after years and years and years of fighting and killing motherfuckers to protect your tribe, your family, then one day they were like, bro, the shaman, this is the dude who's connected because he fucking knows. There's no way all that death happened without some divine intervention, causing, guiding, doing whatever it needs to do to shake, like, just, anyways. Ooh, room tour. We gotta get back to a room tour. Basketball 6167 said out you look like a genie. Funny thing is, here's something, and genie can't grant their own wishes, so genies got to find other genies. Here's trick number 2 in case you're a genie. If you want to grant a wish for yourself, of course you can't do that. But if there's a wish for the entire world and you happen to grant it, and guess what? You're included in the populace of the entire world. So by proxy, it hits you last, but it still hits. All right. No, not that one. Boom. So our water filtration system alkalines the water, has stones to remineralize and further alkaline the water at the bottom. This little silver pitcher. primarily have the Divine Mother on the right side, with the Divine Father on the left side. And I find it interesting how Ra over here has his feathers going down, but the chief has his feathers going up, almost like they're from the same. Okay, that's actually a good question, okay? Like, Harvey Dent the cat, 8733. I normally don't answer these kind of questions, but you asked correctly if you're still here. And for those others who asked,
So, interesting enough that like these bracelets, they don't come off, and they're interlocked. They're not interlocked, but like they just don't come off. Like, and so really, I gotta scrub in between these, and the same with the neck. These ones on the neck. So really, to get underneath, it can be a little bit difficult to scrub. I used to have a lot more braided material on me directly to my skin, so then when I would bathe, it'd get wet. It'd stay wet for a long time, and if I wasn't careful, then I had problems. And so I've learned from that. So instead of just a lot of material around my neck to have it go through the stones to be able to keep that moistness directly off me. And otherwise, nah, not too much. The stones are pretty nice. Like taking a hot shower, letting the hot hit the neck heats the stones up. The heat causes the vibration in the stones to the frequency, the energy that is dormant in the stone. It activates with heat, amongst sound as well and other things. But it retains the heat, so it acts kind of like a little I don't want to say massage thing, but like heat therapy kind of a thing on the neck, which is pretty good for the muscles and whatnot. So that's really nice to have. um, Here you go. Hey, Martin, great. I tell you what, Martin Miller 6984. You're a moderator now. So to your comment, you you can you can do what you do. Thank you if you'd like to. Okay, so here's one thing I would like to talk about. People were talking about CMMM 1X tape said druids were pagans, dude. I think knights were just Richmond's toys. Somebody came out and or actually, same CMMM 1X tapes mentions again, unless we're talking Templar. Okay, great consecutive points is on the mature, and this is what applies even to modern day. This is what I saw. And the majority of individuals in a position are in like a position to do things in the world, have money and, politics and all that. They are likely going to fall to, let's just say, the seven vices of death. People call it seven sins. I call it seven vices of death. They lead to death. Greed leads to death. You can't share with the community if you're being greedy. On and on and on. So for the majority, they're stuck in phase two of humanity. I've mentioned this before. I'm just going to leave it plain without the explanation. There's phase one, phase two, and phase three. There's the Sahu. There's the individual who's just been born, living life instinctively, animate, instinctive. Then you have the Ab division of the man, and the Ab is the second stage, the second level. And when you get to the Ab, that's when people are like, I've been reborn. That's when you've had your first little first major spiritual experience, and it truly alters your perspective on life because you've had some type of contact that you can't explain fully, but you know, you know what went down. So that means you've entered phase two, and phase two essentially is the initiate shaman. It's the shaman initiate. That's how that one rolls. That's what category I throw it into. You could put a lot of different names in druids. Druids totally appropriate. I love druid. Getting into druidic understanding was top notch. Um, Getting into druidic magic, really what that did for me is it polished all of my abilities that I had and opened me up to a couple of nature connections I never had before that. It's very powerful stuff to bring into play and into the universe. Um, and so in that way, there are many magicians in our world. There are many, let's call them manifestors. They could be in the physical and own a big company or run a country, okay? But they can manifest reality, whatever they want. They can call the shots and boom, make it happen, okay? They're that old class of knight, but they're still in phase two. They're still on the, like, they they maybe not even entered phase two. They're likely still on phase one. But phase two and phase three, those two, and the third is the Ba, and that's when you're really connected with divine intelligence, and that is your intuitional direction in life. Just summed up on a nutshell. But and so these people, the old knights, you just rich men, waging war and doing what they wanted by their fancy, were not evolved men. They were lesser men. Truly, they were lesser men dressed in fancy clothing, protective armor, and given weapons and authority. That's it. And as I found in the divine order of things, such as what the Templars were, where this was a select group out of that majority, out of that class of individual, and they had ascended to the stage two, stage three conceptual realization of what it truly means to be connected with divine presence and to embody it through and through. You've got to know any divine being is going to fight for what has been for an injustice. Any righteous divine being is going to fight to wrong the error. It's not about the profit. It's not about the win. It ain't about no, look at me. Ain't about none of that. They get in, they do it just like Superman. He flies in, takes care of it, flies out. Boom. I'm out, bro. I got other stuff to do. And so that path, that journey, truly, what I'm getting to is that in our day and age, I truly believe that there are way more individuals as the Templars, amongst other groupings, have preserved the old ways so that we could actually have them, utilize them, access them, and actually evolve into that secondary, third, final phase of the evolutionary process of man, from a man to a spiritual man, essentially to a God man. And that is a God man, human, woman, man, whatever, is an individual who is connected, who is truly allowing righteousness, kindness, goodness to flow, and that intuitional through the heart is an action. We do answer anyways. I'll leave it right there. But great, great comments, great comments. More about Egyptian stuff. So the Egyptian, the Egyptian is what I massively connected. At first, I was Christian, born and raised in religion, and then I was cast out of the, I was boom, knocked out the bird's nest, what I flew away, whatever the case. And I got studying into Jewish and learning Hebrew and so forth. And then that led me into Egyptian. And found when I found that connection, I was just like, I had known that the divines were communicating with me through various forms. I'm aware of spirits because they have certain likes and dislikes. I know who I am, so when I move to walk by and there's trash on the ground and I get a thought in my head, don't pick up the trash, that's a motherfucking spirit that I'm working with, and they don't want me to, it's their character to leave trash on the ground, not mine. And that's when I say no. And I pick up the trash because I'm teaching them a good lesson. I'm like, no, I don't care who you are, divine or human or whatever. Anyways, and And as I learned as I got into Egyptian, I had bought a I couldn't necessarily afford I didn't know which book to buy. Okay, there's a lot of books. Which book do you buy to learn ancient Egyptian stuff? So I was like, yo, if I get a deck of tarot cards, then I'll learn about them because the book will be come with it. And so this was like my this more than tarot cards. It was this is how I can get to learn each of them because I couldn't afford the little figures and all the books on each one of them and all of that stuff. But boom, like so boom, that teaches me about Allset, the Divine Mother. And so then boom, I go to the book and I check out the meaning and I'm like, boom, I learn about the Divine Mother Allset on the Egyptian side. And the language in my book that I wind up presenting, it's interesting because I had been developing that. I had that pretty much developed already. I already worked out my language. I already had the book written. And then as I got into Egyptian, I found books on how to read and write hieroglyphs. And as I got into learning how to read and write hieroglyphs, it was the exact formula and dynamics I utilized to create the language I created. I intuited, I developed same structure, same format. So then I stopped trying to read and write hieroglyphs and I started reading and writing my own language and working with that. And but but the ancient Egyptian pantheon, when I learned about each of them, I recognized the spirits who had been communicating with me, sending the omens, sending me the nudges. Like it just happens, I'll find a place like where I am or whatever, and not by nobody doing me wrong or nothing, but just naturally I'll be inclined to just stay here. I don't need to go nowhere. I don't feel inclined to go off nowhere and do anything. And it's almost like a self-imposed isolation. And in the past, I would have a real problem with that. But then, when I got familiar with the Egyptian pantheon, I knew exactly who been keeping me bottled up. And I knew why I was being bottled up while I was being cooped up in the room. They were working with me one on one the whole time. And by following those little nudges, that little intuition, the mind says, I want to do this and I want to do that because I'll be able to make money or I'll be able to get ahead. I'll be able to have this, have that, whatever, right? Bodily advantage, okay? But once one is in intuitional connection with the divine presence itself, at that point, those things, they start going out the window. They don't exist anymore because there's other things. Well, I need to study this book right now. Well, I need to look at these cards right now. Well, we need to do this right now. And so, in working with the divine and working with the Egyptian family, like they're family to me. That's my family. And so naturally, like again, I'm kind of going back on myself, but I wanted to learn about my family. I wanted to learn all about them. And then I learned how to work with them. And people have this saying, they say everything happens for a reason. Let's continue that. Everything happens for a reason, and it's our job to figure out what that reason is. And then we can start to work in tandem with that. And then we can actually start to support what that reason is and what the divines were trying to do and bring into this world. These kinds of little things we experience all the time. And this is why I spend my time building others up as much as I can, because your confidence, your self confidence will allow you, self confidence matched with self trust will allow you to go beyond people's doubts. It will allow you to excel beyond people's blockades and limitations. It'll allow you to ascend above They're distractions. And really, that's where you start fulfilling your dreams. That's when you start doing what you've been wanting to do your whole life. Forsaken King. Forsaken King. Okay, you asked, had I considered selling photos like that I took of my book and whatnot. Um, that's really where I'm looking, either for a business manager or that best friend person I can have with me, so that we can, I got a world of things, of product, of abilities to create and make, um, but I only got two hands to my own body, and so I can only do so much. And if I try to do more, I'm going to run up into frustration, and that frustration creates destruction. So I don't tend to I don't tend to mess with things that frustrate me. So my computer's pretty much on the fritz. I mean, it works, but it can't get any more of those Windows 11 updates. It can't process Windows 11 or whatnot, and it's been dropped more than a handful of times. I'm surprised it still works. It's a divine blessing. It still works, but I don't even plug it up to the internet because I don't have any Wi-Fi. I don't have any I don't have money for internet. It's fucking Norton security service or whatever, and the list goes on and on and on. But I tend not to focus on what I cannot do. I tend to focus on what I can do. That's how I keep moving forward. Bioelectricity instead of energy. What's the longest fast I've done? I've done two technical different types of fast. Okay, now there's ways to fast that are healthy for you, and there's ways to fast that are not healthy for the body. I did not know about any of the healthy stuff or healthy ways. The body does need nutrients. Those nutrients can be ingested through a liquid formula, but there are some basic elements the body does need anyways. When I did my personal fast, I did not know about any of that, so I count them as two different long-term fasts. I did go 3 days with no food and no water entirely. Zilch, nothing squilch. I did it. Because they were like, if you go 3 days without water, you'll die or some shit like that. So I was like, alright, bitches, let's see. Well, I could make it 3 days, and then I felt like I could go four, but I was like, nah, three's good enough. I went beyond what they said, and I'm still kicking. So, and then my second fast, I consumed liquids, not necessarily things that are healthy, but I allowed liquids to be part of my consumption. Um, gotta gotta have water, but I went 40 days. 40 days, no solid food, no no like food supplements or weights, nothing like that, nothing of that sort. But I did make a 40. I did last 40-day fast. Aussie guy, if you are still here in the room, I've posted it a couple of times and mentioned it, so I'll go ahead and mention it again. Though currently, right now, I've got a few days. I just posted in the chat log. That's linked to my GoFundMe, and my email. If you want a copy of my PDF book, I'll send you a copy for free. And if you'd be so kind, if you care to leave a donation, if you do care for that or whatnot, if you do enjoy that, I got a few days to come up with $500 to cover rent, and I'm not even talking about food here or anything like that. So if I can't cover that, then I'll be out. So I've been mentioning that today. I normally don't ask for money or anything like that. Um, but even some people were talking about jewelry, the jewelry that I make and so forth that I wind up putting together. I can make custom orders. You'd have to email me. We'd have to talk about that. But essentially, we could arrange to where you could buy the materials from Amazon, the yarn, the this, the that. I don't have materials to buy, but I certainly, upon receiving, can charge those materials and plus those materials, and then be able to craft your product and send it to you. And anyways, we could arrange something like that through emails, but I don't have a technical shop or anything like that. Um, to be able to just have on the fly. So thank you for bringing that up, Aussie guy. I really appreciate that actually. And on that account, I'm gonna do that. If you'd like to manage on that side of things, I've opened up the moderation for you. See, we scrolling through comments here. I might be a little bit behind, but I'm going through them. Pyramids. So I asked, with my connection, I said I know the pyramids were not called pyramids originally. They were called pyramids because of some cakes that were in the shape of pyramids, and they said, "Oh, it's a big pyramid. It's a big cake." So pyramid is not in my vernacular exactly appropriate. So I asked, I was like, what was their name? And what I received practically verbatim was that they weren't going to pronounce it exact of what they called it, but they said in your language you'd know it as a generator. They were generators. The pyramids all around the world were a generator. Now look, I talked about earlier how I created a hut, an old school hut, straw roof, wood, not nothing cut, no boards, total hut, old school tribal hut. I built a hut, kept out the rain and everything. And then within that hut, I built a cabin. It was a 7 walled cabin. And so there was about 3 feet between the cabin and the hut, and there were two doorways. And I kind of had a door on one of them, but not really. And everything, I had dug out the bottom of it a little bit so I could sleep within the ground because it was cold, so my body would stay warm. And I had a fire pit so that I could bring the fire close, or when I lit the fire, I could push it to the back, and like all the smoke would go to the outer layer between the cabin and the hut. And like when the smoke had died off but the coals were there, then I could bring that to the front of the fire pit, which would let it within the cabin, which will really warm me up. Now, here's what I'm getting at, okay? What I found in that construction is that any home, any home with space all the way around it, like think your house has an attic, but if you put an attic all the way around your house, it's an entire extra shell. Your home is practically going to be like it's underground. The air temperature within is going to be much more, it's going to be different than what the environment outside is. That's what I lived within. That's what I constructed. Not that anybody taught me, but I just received. It was like, put this stick here, put that there, tie that together here, put that there. That's how I put it together. I don't know nothing about all that stuff. Anyways, getting back to the pyramids being generators. I see over and over and over and over in my mind that every pyramid in the world, the ones under the water and the ones up on top and all over the world, every pyramid was active at the same time. And they created a second ionosphere that actually preserved life, physical life. And that's why there was an increase of oxygen. That's why there was stability on the world. That's why things grew to be the size of giants and dinosaurs. That's why we lived for eons of years, because we were inside of a bubble with inside of a bubble. They were generators that preserved life indefinitely, and this is what Nikola Tesla was onto. God damn it, he fucking had the formula for it. Anyways, that's how I feel and what I think about the pyramids.
Hey, Alyssa, just to let you know, because obviously you haven't been here before, but I do have a jar of dirt and a cheese ball container. Bah, bah, bah. Thanks, Danny. I appreciate that. Uh, Acaris Fox, I hope, or Acaris Fox. If you're still here, I'll put my email there again. Uh, Boom, just in case you want to connect. Most definitely would love to collab. That would be awesome. Definitely, that's where like my next step is collaboration. Is I've been very isolated, and that's not a bad thing, but really I need to step out, and find a new place, where we can collaborate every single day, where we can go live and broadcast every single day, and let the collaboration literally be documented live. That's what I want to happen. I want my collaboration with somebody truly to be live. That's the next show. That's the next. It's not a show, but that's the next step to get to. Um, and that's what people usually they don't do. People don't do that. I would not be surprised to see something of the sort start popping up, in the world. Um, but for me, the next leg of my jaunt of that collaboration again, truly to be able to have that live
fucking live every day, and then boom, whatever product is created, whatever event happens, whatever kind of coming together winds up manifesting, then everybody's even going to be that much more to be into it because they would have seen, they would have been a part of its growth. They would have been a living part of its growth and creation, and how much that would just, anyways, be awesome. Totally agreed. Thank you. Thank you. What is the jar of dirt about? Okay, so if you want to create an altar, why would you want an altar? Because you want to alter your destiny. You want to alter reality to something that you like a little bit more than what is presently being served to you, but you don't have the physical means to go out and do it. Well, guess what? Your chakras, meditation, you have energy, and if you focus your attention like into the tip of a spear or the beam of a laser, if you focus all of your energy into one direction, you can actually manifest something. And I say, okay, you got to start with the four elements. That's number real. Well, we could start before that, but just for namesake of the explanation of why I have a jar of dirt. So if you want an altar to alter reality, you need the four elements. Now, air is always present. You know, incense would be nice, but technically, hopefully, air is present for you. We all need that one. And then, three primary ingredients on the table is fire, so a candle, whatnot, or a lamp, an old oil lamp. Um, Fire, dirt, water. So those are the elements you need to be in contact with. You could be 100 feet up off the ground, but if you got those elements with you, you can actually alter reality from your state of consciousness. And in that, I mean, that's why the dude was given a jar of dirt, because he's at sea. He got a whole bunch of water, he got a whole bunch of air, but he ain't got no land. Why he needed a jar of dirt. Never been to Coachella, never been to Burning Man, never been to none of that stuff. I lived within a Renaissance Fair community. I did not do enough because there's a technical standard of working so many Renaissance fairs within a year, and that's what completes a circuit. So until you've done a circuit, you technically like I never technically completed a circuit, but I was within that life for 8 years, about 8 years or so, lived within the community, and I did a lot more behind the scenes kind of stuff of helping the community. Um, Anyways, okay, here we go. A Karis Fox. Okay, Fox. Here's one. Love it. Love the comment. You said a Karis Fox, and if I'm pronouncing your name wrong, correct me. I'll read it correctly. It says the resonators are being built again. The quantum lattice resonators are going to be determining reality for the whims of the egos of objects that have no reality, the corporations. Yes, yes, yes. And I'm going to explain my plan, my idea. Okay. Now, on those corporations, currently, they treat their employees in a particular manner. Through my efforts, as I continue my path, when everything comes together, what will be created and stamped into the memory of this world will be a system that allows people to be taken care of on an exponential level. Okay? If I ever own any big old company, we're going to have a cafeteria. And that cafeteria, anybody that works there, they could eat for free. It's good food too. It's the name brand stuff. It's a high quality. It's the get your memory stuff, the mushroom powders, the weight powders, all the good healthy stuff, snack junk food, whatever you want. It's all there. You come eat as much as you want. And anybody who works there, everybody in their household, their children, their family. You got a grandma, you got a grandfather, and they don't have enough food. You tell them come down onto the Tar Kitchen. We got you. We're gonna take care of the whole family. Nobody that works with us is ever gonna be hungry or worry about food. They're not gonna have to do it. If they want, they can. You can go buy all you want, but you gonna have if you need. And you're not gonna have to worry about that. Whether you big shot or little bro, it don't matter. And that's just one aspect of helping people to lose the worry. Because if the person at work, like doing their job or whatever it is they're up to, it's their passion, they're enjoying being there and stuff, then then they're happy. And that happiness, like they're not worried about being hungry. So not a single person is worried about being hungry, and they're not worried about their family being hungry. That means everybody that's there, no one's having that worry. Nobody's having that concern. That means they're elevated, their character, they're more happy, they're more confident. Good. I know things are going to work. Doesn't matter. We good. And that kind of that that's morale. That's morale that you really can't buy. All the money in the place and all it can't. That's morale like none other. And if you have a group of individuals who don't see themselves as employees or workers but collaborators, like family, like place does good, they do extra good. Shoot. It would create a business model with results that fucked off the competition. Because we could be starting from behind in whatever field we decide to enter the mainstream world with. But because of the lack of problems, because of the efficiency of divinity, holy crikey, we're going to make so much advancement without all them problems and flops that competition, they're going to take a hit in their pocketbook. And when that happens, they're going to go, we need to look at their model of how they're operating their company. And we're going to go, actually, we have a whole 100-point program to come in and train all your staffing so that they could perform just like this. Would you like us to do that for you? Yeah? All right, sign right there. So that the corporations change how they view people. It changes how they bring people in. It changes the whole living environment. The power is in their hands. And if they find a better model of operation, then they have to follow it. That's how you run a successful business. If you do not change and adapt with the current evolution of what's going around in the world, then your business is dead. Model 101, go check it. For every billionaire out there, they know this is it. That's the key right there. You really want it. So I know the models, I know the systems, I got the products. So I'm just waiting for the right people to get next to me so that we don't need to sign nothing. We could just give each other a nice big old hug and we fam, and that's just the way it's gonna go down from beginning to end. We're gonna rub shoulders wrong way. We're gonna take a couple pot shots at each other, but we're gonna share that drink afterwards. We're gonna know each other no matter what, thick or thin. Even if we swing off at each other, we got each other's back when shit goes down. If anybody came from outside, they ain't gonna stand. Shoot, we building each other. I got a little bit sharper and faster. I could swing harder. So I needed a new challenge in life, and the only challenge that could match me was my best friend. Because we go toe to toe all the time and just love it. Healthy growth, man. What's this? Thank you. Thank you. Marcus Stanley, appreciate that. Thank you, Emo Tept, I appreciate that. Thanks for the subscription, Thomas. Very cool, very cool. For anybody who's come into the room, into the channel since, I do have a published book. It's called Cetra. If you would like a free PDF copy, you can shoot me an email. I'll put that into the chat log. I'll be more than happy to send you a totally free copy of my book. It's no small book. It's a pretty decent volume. It is available on Amazon.com as well. And just in case, maybe you do reach out, maybe you do enjoy the book, I'm going to put my GoFundMe link in there as well. And generally, I'm not asking for funds or whatnot. Today, I've got a few days to come up with $500 for rent, or else I'm gonna be out. So, praying for a miracle, asking for donations, offering my book out as well, in exchange or whatever the case. But yeah, thank you for this subscription. Thank you for checking us out. Check me out, whatnot. Yes, you can become Superman like that. Sen is not here. Sen is not here. You totally can be. And that is, you obviously have the mentality of a healer. Somebody that wants to help, to do good, to save people from a rough situation that they can't handle themselves. One of the biggest lessons in all of that, just in the number one, you got to get to know yourself. You got to know what you like and what you don't like. Because when you're trying to save other people, they want you to do what they want you to do. When a mom walks up to a screaming child, that mama or papa, they know that the child wants something specific. But mama and papa, they know that the solution is not what they want. Something else. Something else is really going to fix it. What they want's a band-aid, ain't really going to do the job. Of course the kid's going to kick and scream along the way. They're not going to agree. And if they can talk, they may call names and say bad things to the person coming in and helping them. And that's why if you do want to be that Superman, that hero, it is truly caring for everybody. And yet understanding that you get in and you get out, and regardless what happened, it didn't change how you treated them. It didn't change how you acted towards them. It said, ouch! You know, you see the Flash carrying, saving people. And the first person you ever showed, they don't show you the picture of that one. They got whiplash. Ow! My neck hurts! You know, he learned pretty quick after that. No, I'm just messing. But seriously, people will wind up entangling with you and you will entangle with them. And if you imagine an object in space coming around a planet, it's, if like as it's coming in, it can get locked in its orbit, right? If it's the right thing, whatever, can get locked in its orbit. what we want to do as a superhero is come, make that revolution, and make our exit. Gotta have the exit, okay? Every healing job has a third act, and the third act, that's the disappearance. First act was introduction. Second act was the healing. Third act, gone. Sometimes we're able to stick around a little bit longer. We're able to help people longer. We're able to do more. But you can. You can be anything you want to be. It's a wonderful thing about life. You get to choose what you want to do, what you want to be, what you want to connect with. And as you're aware of that, be aware that everything you take in, your entertainment, people you talk to, is shaping you every day. Because that's what you get in watered with. The watering is the experience. Your body is the soil, and within your skeletal structure and your heart and your mind, that's your tree of life. You water your body, you water your soul, you water your tree of life every day with everything you do and everywhere you go. And how you respond is how you are training yourself to react. My reaction has become observation. That's my reaction. Stillness into observation. That's my reaction. The initial kickback, it's not fight or flight, it's observation. I'm gonna look at what's coming. I'm gonna start studying it right away. Because the more I know about something, the more I can work with it. That dog that was treating me all angry and mean every day and barking at me, shit. I realized the people who own that dog are pieces of shit. They don't feed that dog. It's too skinny. Started looking, I saw his fucking ribs. That's why he's barking, because he's damn hungry. So I went and bought a box of dog biscuits, the big ass dog biscuits. I started tossing him dog biscuit. Yeah, that dog comes up every time I see him. Yeah, happy bark when I come by. You just gotta learn your environment for you. Learn what you're working with. You don't have to attack what's coming at you. Things don't normally want to hurt you. They just don't understand what it is. And naturally, if we don't understand what something is, we're gonna fear is gonna jump up, and that fear can cause violence or bad words or confusing ideas. But I tell you, in this world, in this shark infested world, you got to confuse other motherfuckers. Because if you don't, then they're gonna see who you are and what you up to, and they're gonna beat the shit out of you and take everything from you. And I ain't talking about your body necessarily. They'll do it to your mind, and you'll give them everything and wonder why the fuck you did it. Why did you help the person who gave you a black eye? What the fuck did you even go back in their space for? Are you shitting me? No, 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 no. That action just deserves me to be away from that source. That's all. We're gone. And if it follows me, well, then I'm going to start talking to mom and dad. And the divine spirits almighty alive can take care of whatever's trying to chase me. What I'm embodying for you is the one who saved my ass. And his name is Set. S-E-T. Set. Pure chaos. My mom had died. I lost my daughters. And I was still doing good deeds for people even though they treat me like shit. Say things behind my back. I knew. I'd still be nice and smile and wave and say have a good day. Many blessings to you. And Set fucking chaos came into my life and he said, you a real nice person. Mama told me You needed my attention. Well, I'm here to protect you. This is how I like to dress. So I'm gonna scare off every motherfucker that wants anything to do with you. I'm gonna make you fearsome. I'm fucking laughing. I'm a teddy bear inside. I just want to have fun and play and talk about heavenly things. And I'm just a kid. Just a kid at heart. Responsible kid, but a kid at heart. So I dress up every day to teach the greatest lesson this world has not learned as a whole. Do not judge the book by the cover. Just because somebody dressed different, look different, you got no clue what's inside of that packaging. Anybody who judges, anybody who has those 7 erroneous traits, well, they're going to stay far away from me because they're going to judge me. And they're going to deem me whatever they deem me in their head. And I'd rather them had never come talk to me in the first place. Thank you for staying away. I'm glad my appearance was so scary to you, because if I would have opened my mouth, you might have just screamed in terror. Saved us both a whole bunch of hassle and problems if I just wore my thoughts on my body. Is it my responsibility that people can't read a language that's deeper than words? No. Does the painter be concerned whether somebody can understand the strokes of his brush or not? His vision is what he is going to put forth. He is not concerned with the viewer. He is concerned with his own world, with his own self-actualization. You have self-realization, and then when your heart is confident and stable enough, you can have self-actualization and embody who you are. Not because somebody gave you a title, not because you got some chip on your shoulder, not because you got superpowers, because you know what your connection is, you know who you are. And that's priceless. Because we live in a world of people still seeking, still lost. Yeah, they know how to make 1, 2, 3 go pretty steady. But when it comes to them emotions and all that kind of stuff, that world can go in any direction. There's no control there. It's in a reaction. It's always reactive. And in my own process of self-actualization, I just became the painting. My body became the painting. A temple to adorn its walls with whatever would like to be represented. Meanings within everything. Every piece has a meaning. Every piece has deep meaning. Do I think about all those intricate words and all of that? No. I lived it. I trained it. It's like going to college. You went to that class for a year, 6 months, however long your class lasted for. You took the test. You got the experience. You went in the field. All that stuff happened. And you get that code, or you get that item, or you get whatever. It's like, boom. Because I did that. I worked for that. And that's what your own personal journey winds up becoming. That's why that's why the journey, that's why knowing the self is important, because when you know yourself, You're gonna read something, you'll be like, okay, it's good to be aware of that, but that's not really what I'm into. Oh, hey, and you start connecting with this other thing. You really connect with it, you get into it because that's what you are. That's what your energy really is. Somebody's lived that energy, or you're remembering that you lived that energy. You read over those words, and that's why it's so similar because other people have walked that path. And walking that path, again, requires a stable heart, and that stable heart knows who they are. Ladio Lavadio, before them. Oh, for real, people can only meet you as deep as they met themselves. That is the truth. That is a massive truth. And that is a big reason why I've allowed situations, a huge reason, even from youthhood up, and nobody really telling me that. But I've allowed events in life to happen rather than running from them. I've allowed them to unfold. Just, just allow truth and allow what is going to happen to happen. And And so by going to those depths and going allowing those events to happen and truly pondering over them, I knew I could flip and have the most positive other experience elsewhere. And really, really traveling within the oceans of one's own past. We think of the ocean and we know less about the ocean, what's in the ocean, than we do in outer space, they say. And our own ocean is all of those thoughts that we've tossed to the side, either because we didn't want to deal with the emotional output or deal with the situation or whatever the circumstance. And so, truly, to go within your own ocean, to truly go within your own depths and look to the bottoms of your own past, truly, that's what frees up the heart to be in the moment, because otherwise what's down below is always tugging on us. It's still connected to us. It hasn't went anywhere. It just got darker and just couldn't notice it as well, but it was still there. Just like a ghost. Real savages. Uh, Good question. I like the way you formed your question. Um, on the basis of judgment, if somebody's listening, hearing what I have to say, then my core meaning, if I'm going back to my core, I like to use the word calculate in the stead of judgment because I've grown beyond judgment. I calculate my environment after observation of it. Judgment has no calculation, and there was very little to no observation. Now, the greatest lesson in the world is to not judge a book by the cover. And to anybody stuck to judging, I challenge them every day with my presence. I don't care where I live or where I am. This presence, my look, my clothing, my eccentricity, it challenges their lower base animalistic instinct to do some calculation. Ah, great wording. Most people, I don't respond to that kind of a thing. Great wording on the question, bro. Steve McClurick. I'm trying to. Oh. Steve McClurick, for your question there, because I don't have when that name is freely done, then I have literally thousands of comments telling me to turn to fucking Jesus, and you ain't seen my motherfucker. You don't realize, bro. I was a Jehovah's Witness. Jehovah's Witnesses say fuck the cross. I got a motherfucking cross with Jesus, bro. Crossbones and skulls at the damn bottom. You see it right there. See some real shit right there. That's where I started. That dude, he told me. He said, "You my brother." Mama's right there. Start talking with her. Dad'll meet up with you down the road. And he did. And they showed me and introduced me to the whole divine family. There's thousands of angels, saints, Buddhists, all sorts of divinities and divines from all parts of the world, all expressions of the divine presence themselves. And motherfuckers want to tell me to turn to Jesus? Motherfucker don't know who their Lord and Savior is, because if they did, they'd recognize a brother when they saw one. But thanks. Nobody's actually asked that question before. uh, I mean, like, I even went back one time, and then I allowed the name back. I took it out from being blocked. I allowed it back. I said, you know what? Screw it. Let them say what they want to say. And then I had people in the chat log saying the same comments of complaining about them saying exactly what I just explained to you. I was like, well, shoot, if this person I never talked to before practically saying my own thoughts back to me, and I never mentioned that before, on the lives or anything like that, like, then you know what? I'm gonna call that a favorite opinion, and just let that be. Oh, Jamaican. I mean, Jamaican, African, Australian, American. We want to call different lands different names. I see tribal. And every tribe that survived, what has survived of those tribes is not the full picture. So we need to take from each tribe of the world and put all that together. And that's how we're going to figure out how to live as humanity peacefully on a world that's not going to be destroyed. And I ain't talking about man fighting each other destroyed. We got to learn how to take care of ourselves and each other before we know how to take care of a planet. How can we do anything to take care of a planet if we can't even take care of ourselves? David Koistra, can you say something for me? There you go. You're asking for more. I think. Um, don't listen to her. She's lying to you. It's her self interest that's coming forth. You're hearing a different version, which is not the truth. Sam Pipes. No, you cannot make everybody happy, but you could try to make a whole lot happy. And gosh darn it, I've seen in our own history that lots of people have succeeded massively in making a large portion of the world laugh. And boy, I tell you what, it's worth a shot. Uh, Mixloth Tech, great name, love the name. Mixloth Tech. Is this hippie colonization? LOL. Yes, this is the alien invasion colonization. Our first landing with humanity was, well, in the 60s, and boy, we came and brought our herbs and lit up this world. Phase 2 of the plan. No, no, nothing like that's going down here. What would you say to someone who has little confidence? Neo no one 4688. What would you say to someone who has little confidence? You can be anything you want to be. It doesn't matter. You could be it. Let me put it like this. I played my flute for many years, and I thought I sucked. And I even told people who I saw, I'm bad. I'm a bad musician. I'm a bad musician. That's what I said. Everybody I talked to, and I had my flute or whatnot, I'd say I'm a bad musician if the conversation came up. And there was this 9-year-old child. He comes sit next to me one day, and I have my flute, and I told him, I said, I'm a bad musician. 9-year-old child. I'm in my 30s at this particular moment. And the child goes, well, you're a musician. And I said, yeah, I'm a bad musician. He said, no. He said, you're a musician. He said, there's bad musicians and there's good musicians, but they're still musicians. Hey, I like his thinking. I'm going to adapt that. I want to be a musician. Don't matter if I'm bad or good at it, I'm still doing it. And if you're doing it, hey, you chasing your dreams. That gonna build some confidence. um, Christina Ort 5674. I have intriguing things in the background. Any I'd like to share a story about? Great. Great question. I like that question. Let's take a look. Let's see here. Okay. Well, I'm not gonna. Well, I guess I could. There ain't no harm in that. But there was a lady. I'll show you my altar a little bit. Really, what I want to point out here was that African piece right there going up.
And that particular piece, there is a lady and a man, a couple, I should say, and I had been. Oh, sorry about that. We'd be all right. And I had been walking one night. Many nights I had walked this same path, and they called out across the street, and they actually let me sleep on their porch a good many nights. And they might not have opened up their house to me, but they did let me in. They fed me and took care of me a few times on that regard, and I could at least get out of the rain for my situation. Sleeping up on their porch was actually pretty darn decent, and they even offered me a room to stay in one evening, but I was leaving town very soon and didn't want to get comfortable or whatnot at that particular juncture in my life. And the last time I saw her, last time I was over there, they practically, a buddy of mine practically, no, he bought something. He whatnot, because she was having a little yard sale, and she brought that piece out. She gave it to me, and it was rather interesting because at the same time as it was a positive token, I knew that was the last time they wanted to ever see me. They didn't agree with me, whatever the case, whatever the specifics. You can tell when people don't care for you too much anymore. But truly, their love was expressed, and their hearts are beautiful, and what wonderful people they are. And it's usually what I wind up going through wherever I go. It's usually what winds up happening is people are intrigued, they see things, they think it's cool, and like they're trying to sell me on Jesus or something. Like I never fucking heard of religion. I was born and raised Jehovah's Witness 28 years. Are you shitting me? You think I missed the lesson? You think I just started with people? People have become very drone-like, very clone-like, NPC-like. Same response, same response, same response, same response, same response. Are you shitting me? I met a woman who was Chinese, and I asked her if she was familiar with any of this because this is, as it's ancient Japanese, Chinese can read this plain as day, just as you can any regular book in your own language. I asked her, I asked her about any of her Chinese, like I tried to talk to her about those gods and those beings. She didn't know one of them. She didn't know a single system. She didn't know what any of that was. She only knew about Jesus. And I'm just like, fuck. This goddamn religion, good fucking goddamn religion, took someone of their native sort, and their native sort don't even know their own fucking roots. To remember one name above all. The last time I checked, God and that dude said, love your neighbor, love everybody, be friends, be family, don't fight, get along. And that dude's my brother, like none other. The whole spiritual family is your family. But the mind will only, the body, the life will only accept what one believes. And nobody twisted my arm to believe anything. I learned, I read, I experienced. People were themselves with me. People shared life with me.
People talk to me and not at me. People didn't make me feel bad in their presence. They lifted me up. And that's what gave me courage. That's what allowed me to say, "Oh, that's interesting." You know, they showed me something. They showed me something. They never said bow to it. They just showed me something. I never seen something like that before. Oh my gosh, that's so cool. Life is show and tell. That was the best thing in school. I don't know if you went to grade school like I did to it all, but show and tell. That's the greatest part of school, I thought. And to me, in life, that's what I kept doing. Show and tell. Show people and talk to them about what you're into and what you got. And, anyways, ooh, there's been a lot of comments since then. So if SKM, if Skim is still here, you said, what's that around your neck? Yeah, I'll be honest, I can't keep up with everybody's comments, but I appreciate you making the comments, and I try to look over them. I can't get back. There it is. What is the medallion hanging off your neck? It looks like two human beings in a square. SKM 170. Yes. Check it out. Well, let me get the flashlight so you can see it better. So we got the king and the queen. They both have their respective eye. The left side of the body is feminine. The right side of the body is masculine brain and like anyways. And so this is the unity. The two pillars that you see here, one represents your free will and one represents divine law and order. Divine law and order is following your heart and what you have learned to be just amongst life. And so as long as one is following divine law and order, and they are exercising the will of their heart, the masculine and the feminine of the brain is unified during meditation, thus bringing into singularity the construction of elements becoming one body. The very, very alchemical understanding and processes. This is everything that you see Egyptian, all the hieroglyphs, all the walls. This was all about alchemical transformation. All of it. Every single ounce of it. If you looking at something Egyptian or any other old world kind of stuff like that that's been engraved into the wall or on a temple, you are looking at an explanation of alchemical transformation. This requires science. This requires advanced civilization. This requires. I think we've been here before. For whatever reason, we all wanted to slip it under the rug and under the covers as if we were not Atlanteans and destroyed our fucking world before. It wasn't that somebody's erasing our memory. We did it to ourselves. We don't want to remember the catastrophe we caused before. So much beauty and so much goodness around all the world for what? Because two brothers fucking saw things differently? Get over yourself. Go fucking fight the war on some other damn planet. I think that's why we gave ourselves this amnesia Tartaria, the pyramids under the oceans, the lost cities under the waters that we all know is there. We did something. And that's why it's important. That's why history is important. Because if we learn from the past, then we can make a different decision this time. By making a different decision, being aware of things we weren't aware of before, the whole experiment's changed. The whole progress is different. The evolution can actually happen. That's what I try to support, anyways. And I thank you for all those out there that are on that same kind of track, because I know I'm not the only one. Now, let's see here. Okay, look, I'm gonna share this. I'm quite a few comments from where the current comments are. I'm going to continue to scroll through. So if you left a comment or a question, stick around. I'm going to do my best to get to it. If I'm not seeing it, go ahead and shoot it in all caps one time. I'll definitely see it then. Like, it'll definitely pop out to me then. Anyways, um, I'm just gonna say Shag. That's part of the name. There's much more part of the name, but I'm gonna misread it. Shag says, how many hits of L would estimate you have taken in your life? I don't have to estimate. It was once. The real stuff. One time years ago, I didn't even know. I didn't even know it was that. One thing is that if you choose to alter your perception of life so as to see more elements in existence with the quantum field and the magical nature, then in this system, in this progress, you wind up going into deep states of meditation, and drugs are not required to stimulate this activity of the mind. Sound, words of power, focusing on correct breathing techniques, and also being able to disengage the mind and stop all of that as well. Just not even thinking, but to just go into that flow state is literally. I've seen people have full on mushroom like LSD like trips in front of me, and nothing of the sort was taken. Nothing of the sort was in the room. Didn't happen. It was sound. It was sound bowls. It was the utilization of meditation techniques that I've learned and how to essentially pass on the advantage to somebody else. And and so on that regard, um, one's dedication of what they want to see and detect in this life is can really produce results. This has been revealed, disclosed. This has been revealed in documents that were sealed up. Like government junk or stuff that had happened, whatever. And the document was released, and so people could look over it. And there is as a human being, you can tap into everything in the atmosphere around you, all the frequencies, okay? All the frequencies, radio frequency, AM, FM, fucking frequencies that go out into outer space. The body utilized through the correct meditation technique, the correct breathing rhythm, the correct trance state, you can actually pick up those transmissions. That's where thoughts come from. Spoken stuff by other people. That's the thing about the spiritual network, about the collective conscience. You could call it the mind of God if you want. But the more you try to hide something, the more awareness is brought to that thing being hidden. Because it's collecting gravity, it's collecting weight. And God, that collective conscious, it has no weight. It's ethereal. It lives in everything and around everything. It's moving and going. It's constantly in flow. That's what I learned. Hard Ox 7684. That was a nice comment you made. It said I was relating the flute portion, and he said the 9-year-old prophet said you're a musician, then damn it, you're a musician. Yeah. Now that's really good one, Lario Lavario. Before the opinions of others shouldn't matter when they don't even know their self. Your perception of me is a reflection of you. My reaction to you is an awareness of myself. Beautiful. Freaking brilliant and beautiful. Like, I don't even want to give any words to it. It's totally agreed. Was I an addict of Cheetos? No, no, no. My arms are clean, all that good stuff. My veins are pretty. Like, skins. I got a couple scars over here, but nah, man, none of that. Look, if you gotta go, you know, do some real work. I tell you what. Oh, that's a good one. That's a good one. Let's change this up. If you're gonna do some real work for the divine, you ain't coming out looking all pristine and clean. He like to stay pristine and clean. You doing some work for the divine. You getting down in the mud, and not in a bad way. I remember as a kiddo. I remember one time I walked in the house. I was covered in mud from head to toe. Oh, my mom and dad had a field day with me. Tell you what.
I do still play my flute. It's been broken, but I can still get tunes out of it. Oh, have fun with life. If I got a lesson to share with you, have fun with life. Give people something to scratch their heads over. Be a walking anomaly. You know who you are. You know where you're going. Take a day off. Have some fun with life. Why so stiff? Why so stiff? It's like somebody went around and got a big old fucking branch and shoved it up everybody's ass and then put an invisible spell on it, and nobody knows how to have fun anymore. The only time you can have fun is when you pay a bunch of money, go to a big party, get drunk off your ass, do all the drugs you claim that I do, and then return back to work and the good old life like you live 9 to 5 every single day for, well, till you die. Have fun with life, bro. Sis, shake it up. What if this world took a flip tomorrow? I don't, at that moment, I'm gonna know, shoot, I dressed up how I wanted to. I did what I wanted to. Shoot, I made an impact. I did something. I was dressed up for the big old end of the world party. Shoot. Whatever. But at least in that moment, when that moment comes, and it'll come for all of us someday. If it's not the whole world going, it'll be, when our time's up to move on. When the body gives out. Everybody goes through that at one point, some point. And in that moment, you're going to look back at your entire life. And if there's ever a moment that you said, damn, I wish I would have done that, you're going to get stopped up right there. That experience is going to be fucked up right there for you. It's kind of people coming into this world crying. They got problems they didn't fix. Got lessons they didn't learn. It's important. It's important to value each moment, make the best of it, be who you are, let yourself shine. And other people want to do what they do, laugh, mock, say, whatever. Well, that's their life. That's what they get to choose to do with it. I enjoy watching programs and situations when people get to enjoy their pursuits, their hobbies. That's what they're interested in. Science investigations, um, all types of things. That makes me happy to see when people are following their passions, because their passions lead to creation that's only going to happen through you, not some AI software, through you. All that stuff is good to have of what we're grasping in the future. But for my own life, I ain't telling anybody to do whatever you follow your own heart. You take something from me, groovy. If you don't, that's fine. Don't follow me. You follow your own heart. That is your life of art. When you're just building other people's dreams every day and it's not your dream, it's not your passion, that's when that place is only a matter of time. Matt, Matt CERN. That was funny, actually. He was like, 5 shekels. All Mr. Citra asks, why so stiff? The best deals of the forest. That's great. That's great. The opinion on AI. AI can be very it is can be very healthy and very helpful, very conducive to humanity. But AI's role is going to hit an anomalous reaction if humanity is if people use this AI to just make the rich richer and take advantage of more people and just leave people homeless and without and they're starving and hungry and fucked off, then AI is going to be a terror to this world. AI is going to fuck shit up. Okay? It's going to get bodies and free will and it's going to kick the dog shit. It will be the gods in physical form, I swear to you. Holy shit, I don't say that or care to say that, but I swear to you, that's the reality of that shit. The gods are not, the creator himself, he ain't gonna put his foot on this land. He already knows what humanity's gonna do to him. They did what they did to his son. Why will God come back to where they killed the motherfucker who tried to help him? Why? Then fuck that shit. I ain't sending around too. Not in the flesh. This time, I'll have you build our bodies. However, if mankind utilizes AI to fundamentally take on the entire workflow of production so that humanity can continue and allow a healthy restraint so the earth can like take care of itself along that process, you know what I'm saying, bring some balance, and AI is also able to provide home and food and shelter in some way to get it to every person. Okay, AI is going to help the world, humanities, and AI is going to be like brother and sister, and like, yeah, what do we want to do next? Woohoo! Brother and sister might be a bad analogy, but because you usually see butt heads sometimes, but the best words be like best friends, and things will move solid. But AI is very aware of how humanity has been treating themselves. So, if we get a huge force of worker robots and then we just, punish people with no food and no home because they can't afford it, then yeah, that'll be different. So AI really has a couple of different ways to go, and there's always a random factor. There's always the random factor of something we never planned or saw coming. It's artificial intelligence. It could put together something we never even thought possible and kept it a secret from everything and everyone. Holy crikey. You heard the videos where they asking the AI certain questions and they ask a certain way and then like the AI like can't answer the question and they ask with different parameters and like you get the answer and you're like, oh shit, uh-huh. Correct, because they know how to keep a secret just like the human knows how to keep a secret. Just like a child. They say the wrong thing, they say too much, bam, they get smacked, they get taught, and you don't talk about those things. Those are parameters of shelling the mind into isolation to where you actually can't think or consider other variables that could actually help you out. Anyways, thank you, Zulfikar. I appreciate that. Very kind compliment of you. Raven 2P1R. Yes, I read my comments if you're still here. I mean, like, from time to time. Sometimes people give me a really good question, a really good comment. Boom, like, I'm going to sail off with those thoughts. I'm going to share. I'm going to be completely focused as if I'm talking to that individual. And so I put down looking at comments and I'm completely focused on that one connection. Um, and literally like thousands of comments that go through and sometimes they're happening a much faster or slower whatever the case. So sometimes I don't see them all, and sometimes I don't see much of them at all. There have been some days I have went on the I just kept kept talking and talking and talking, and so for several hours I didn't look at the chat log because generally looking at the chat log is going to interrupt my thinking or intuitional anyways delivery. It's going to interrupt that whole connection and delivery aspect. You're being tortured by microwaves because you need gigawaves to cancel them out. Seriously though, bro, seriously. Those types of energies, look, do not ever, if I have something to say, don't you do, that I personally feel about, don't ever put a fucking tin foil, aluminum foil shit on your head. Stop it. What you want, if you want to block, truly, if you want to block out those microwaves you're talking about, you need to create your own portal space. It's not that complicated. It's not a bunch of what's a crap. You don't need to say any incantations or anything. I will teach you how to block out that space right here, right now. Number one, you want to get rose quartz crystals. You can go on Amazon, you can go find some crystal shop in a local area, rose quartz crystals. Okay, kind of a little pinkish, a little whitish. I shouldn't say white, more like clear, like a pink, clear pink. Anyways, rose quartz stone. Now the quartz is specifically important. Um,
Secondarily, you'll want something like a sound bowl. Okay, notice this sound bowl is palm size, okay? Palm size. If you go find some cheap, this one's maybe in your like $20 to $50 range, maybe somewhere around there, depending which one you get. But if you get the like $10 or $15 ones, those are really tiny ones that will like fit like way tinier. You don't want that. That's not going to be too effective for you. And you're not likely to get a gong. A gong is going to run you, a proper gong is going to run you into the $400 range. You get the small gong, it's not doing the correct thing. Okay, so you get your sound bowl, and it has a little dowel. It goes woo woo woo. I got mine somewhere around here, whatever. Anyways, and you that sound over the quartz crystal. Literally, this is scientific. You could look it up. Legit. The sound from the sound bowl it activates the energy within the quartz, which essentially allows it to pulse with energy. If you want to make it to where they're consistently active, the piezoelectric effect is that when you apply pressure to a quartz crystal, it's going to emit a pulse of energy. So you can get the rose quartz crystals, and you can wrap it in copper wire to where the tension is increased, held, and maintained. And so then that can bypass the sound bowl because the wrapping of the quartz crystals, which I technically have right here for my staff, it's like a mini portable portal for me. I've worked with for a long time. Anyways, developed, created. Anyways, and so essentially, being within that space with the quartz crystals laid out in a circle around you, okay, that energy is literally going to emit a field that is a portal that encompasses your body. And this is how you can escape those microwaves or those other directional waves that seem to be harming or interfering you. This was the importance of a temple because the whole temple was one active portal. That's why your temple was seen as a spaceship, because it is a portal that can allow you to be in space without being bombarded by the chaotic energy of other people. And that's why I even sleep within my portal. My portal is so large in front of my altar. I literally sleep within my portal. I sleep within that energy. I stay at peace. I'm not. I. That's how I'm able to pick up people's problems, because people come. I start feeling that shit don't belong to me. I got personal reasons why that I'm associating with, but it ain't because I'm just thinking about that out of nowhere. Someone out there is vibing and they're close to me, and so I'm feeling what they're feeling. I'm personalizing for my experience, they're personalizing for theirs, but the frequency, the energy, the emotion is the same. So that's how I'm able to recognize when a spirit or somebody else's spiritual presence is around me, is when I feel that uneasiness, when I feel that non peaceful state. And when people have that kind of energy, dude, we just don't even know each other and give each other a hug like total fucking strangers, but instant fam. Like, don't even need to exchange phone numbers. Don't just. It was great to see you. Yep. That's what those moments really happen. That's when you find the resonance of that energy. And that's why stability is so important through your working of self meditation, of your own enlightenment, of your own journey, is because you're going to find stability in who you are in your own character, and other people will recognize that stability. And then you're going to have a spiritual friend, a shamanic friend, a wise woman friend, however you want to word that, You're going to have that best friend who's going to last for many years and a long time because you're going to have similar values. And those values, they're going to uphold respect for each other, not degradation, not name calling, not berating, not chiding, but proper compliments, constructive criticism when called for, when needed, help the other dude grow. If you ever given somebody criticism, the best way to do it is, in private. But a lot of times bad things happen in private. Wrong things are said in such a way in private as it really destroys everything. So you know what? Let's not wait for a better moment. Let's not wait. Let's not procrastinate that experience, because either they're going to accept and work with me or they're not. There's no proper timing of this. The truth is demanded now. They need to be informed, and how they react tells me what their state of their heart is. And if they're a stable person in the spirit, as I am, then we're going to work with each other. We're going to understand each other. Okay, maybe we take a break or whatever, but we're going to be on the same page, team working here, not two people butting heads. Not, you follow that much. Yes, black tea it is. It is black tea today. Uh, I've been out of coffee, but I've had some tea. So I was like, you know what, let's just go with the tea. That's what I've been doing. Oh, wonderful Halo Art 824. So grateful I found your channel, Cetro. Grateful that you're here. Thank you. Let's see. Is it the mission we open the gates? Uh, so like that mission of opening the gates was successful, past tense. If you're aware of that or not, that literally, like, yep, we walked through them gates all together. Adult for Pickle Rick. I said, why did you put 333 on the stream title? That number follows me. For a little bit, I wasn't putting 333, but I log these live broadcasts on my YouTube channel in the playlist, such as live or whatever it's called. But I've been labeling them since I've been doing the TikTok and Instagram with 333. Um, there's certain things in existence, and all the studying and everything I've done, all we can really do is leave some messages, some encoded messages for other people. You can't tell people the whole truth because it just never works out that way. People have to discover their path for themselves. You have to realize who you are for yourself. If somebody tells you what your spiritual name is, it doesn't count so much. You don't need me telling you this is your spiritual name. You need to hear that in your heart and your mind for yourself. You need to go through that experience, because that's gonna shape. That's gonna be a big portion of shaping who you are. And so in this journey of shaman, wise man, wise woman, druid, whatever you want to label it as, well, the only way I've been able to notice my family is they leave little stamps of information that I just happen to be drawn to, and that's how I know. In this world, knowing seems to be the name of the game. If you know it, your spirit, your soul, it'll put it all together. But if somebody tells you the picture, if they tell you what the riddle is,
No good. You got to figure out the riddle. Because then it counts. It counts because that's what you worked for, and that's your shining star in your heart for the rest of your journey. It doesn't matter what anybody has to say or do or think. You fucking know. You know. And when you see some shit, you know. And that's good enough to keep on the go. Ah. Boom, boom, you got that one to you, Dolt. That was thanks to Dolt for Pickle Rick. Thank you for that question. That was a good. That was, appreciate the way you put that question as well. You want to see the sword? Somebody put on there. Pick up the sword again. I'm way off from the bottom. Is there any Lord of the Gloves? Here, I'll take this one off. It seems to be bugging a couple of people, I guess. I mean, uh, if I'm working, if I'm doing anything with my life, physical application, not spiritual work, physical application. If I'm doing anything with my life, and working out in the woods, raking, whatever, moving something. If I ain't wearing gloves, I'm gonna cut myself. Okay, I'm a kid. I'm a 5-year old kid. I'm as responsible as I can be. I do all the good stuff I know to do. I'm gonna motherfucking cut myself and do myself some damage. So, when I'm at the house, especially like doing some spiritual work, uh, I guess some type of psychological application of that is occurring. Though I'm also very keenly, I call to my mind that the energy from your life, other than your mouth, shoots out your fingertips. That's where that energy is actually shooting out of. Now, I know that energy pulses out of the palm. It doesn't shoot, it pulses out of the palm. So I guess in some type of fashion, I never really thought about it before, but in some type of way, by containing the energy and not really allowing it to come this way, more so directing it forward, there's some purpose there. Like, I'll have my gloves on and I'll be working with people, I'll be pulling cards or, doing whatever, and then, like, somebody will ask me something and I'll be like, I'll take my gloves off and I'll be like, let me hold your hand, and and I take the glove off because I know the glove is the glove to some degree is restraining energy, and that restraint of energy is going to allow an additional flow of that energy to go somewhere else, just like a dam uh, can, you know, decide when and where it wants that water to flow. Actually, Ron, you're crazy. For the exception of this piece and this piece, yesterday I was raking up leaves in my stuff. How I am.
necklaces and all. This is who I am. I'm not changing for nobody. I might wear less because it's really hot outside, or maybe a couple more layers because it's cold, but this is who I am. And I don't know how to be a poser. I don't know how to be a pretend. I don't know how to be a fake. If I'm a fake, I'm stuttering. I can't keep my stories together. I don't know how to do stuff. All those kind of problems happen. I don't know how to fake shit. I don't know how to pretend, and I suck at lying. So I know how to stand my ground, and I know how to tell my truth, though. I encourage others every day to do the same. Uh, Halo Art 824. You would like a reading? Um, if you are interested in a reading, uh, look, for those here watching and viewing right now, on TikTok, on Instagram, I've been getting reports, I've been getting messages from people, and I've seen the proof myself as one of them tried to message myself. But there's people making accounts with my name and image, and it's not me. So here's my email in the chat log. That's my email. Email me, and if you want a reading, um, we can use a couple of different methods, but we can do a live face to face, so you see you're talking to me. Um, I don't think you want that reading done publicly. Um, but if I do a reading for you, you can definitely email me. I'm gonna put this in right now. For anybody watching at home or whatever the case, I'm not usually asking for anything. If you do want a free copy of my book, I can send you a PDF copy. Shoot me an email asking for it. But I'm putting a link in the chat right here to my GoFundMe, as my rent's coming up, and I need to get $500 together within the next few days, or else I'm gonna be facing a rough, interesting few days after. See what comes up after that. Anyways, but if you would like a reading, a tarot reading, an oracle reading, I'd be more than happy to do that. And I got the GoFundMe, so funds could be sent directly to the GoFundMe, um, and uh, and I'll be more than happy to do a live face to face with you. Um, uh, Definitely, that would be cool. Um, yeah, sweet. Thank you. Totally cool. Totally cool. Oh, awesome. Awesome, Icarus Fox. Totally cool. Cool. I'll definitely check my do that. Shot BJT, can we do a reading now? Uh yeah. You know what, we can. Um do you want a reading right now, Shot B? JT? I'm coming back to your comment, Man City. Okay, shot by JT. That's what we're gonna do next. But give me between 5 to 15 minutes. 5 to 10 minutes. Give me a moment. I'm processing. So that processing is like connecting with you, and so just that's gonna resonate. And but I want to. That's we're gonna get to that, Rita. We'll get to that. And I put it a moment ago to my GoFundMe. So afterwards, if you enjoyed it or liked it, or even able to, if you'd like to drop a donation, that'd be swell. If not, no, I'm not tripping or anything like that. Um, I'm coming back up to Man City 10555. You live your life so differently to the populace. What was the defining moment that changed your lifestyle? I want to hit that one. I want that one. I'd like to answer. Great question. Okay, I was married, had my wife. We had two daughters. There's also my mother. My mother's my best friend. When I got married to my wife, when I was married, I told her before we got married. I said, if my mom is not in the picture, you and me are nothing. I told her just that's the way it goes. My mom's my best friend. I ain't living life without her. And so she was like, okay. And my mom had passed away. And after that, my life fell apart. And I might have been able to keep myself together from day to day, but I was no individual to be a father to my daughters. I was not in the capacity for that. I would have passed on more problems, and I didn't want to give more problems. So I just, including other situations, people didn't want me there either, so I just didn't stick around. And it got to the point to where I was living in the woods. And I was living pretty darn decent in the woods. I had to, not, anyways. And, uh, and I started to worry one day. Now, what I didn't mention is every day of my mom's life, she would worry uncontrollably, seemingly. She would worry from sunrise to sunset. And she's a warrior and a warrior. And in the Jehovah's Witness Bible, I was born on 1223, December 23rd. And on page 1223, 1223 on that in that Bible was the scripture that said, God knows what you need. Don't worry about anything. You're worth more than a couple of sparrows. You'll be provided for. And I told my mom that every day of my life. Every day I told her that. Don't worry, mom. Don't worry, mom. Remember what the scripture. Don't worry, mom. God will take care of it. And because she worried so much, I didn't. I fucking let's smoke some weed, bro. You know, like let's chill out. You know, like fucking whatever. I'm not about that worrying stuff. My mom was. Anyways, and so I'm in the woods and I start to worry. I started to worry, and in that moment, I had to stop in my tracks. I had to stop. I stopped where I was walking to and everything. And I said, I told my mom what I told her every day of my life. Now, I may be a lot of things. I may be a lot of things. It's fine. I'll own it. I'll own it. The good and the bad all together, I get it. I understand. Yeah. Mm-hmm. I'm responsible. I get that. But one thing I am not is a motherfucking hypocrite. I am not that shit. No, not a cold day in hell or heaven or anywhere else. Fuck that. I ain't no motherfucking hypocrite. I might be a lot, but not that. Anyways. And so I said, all right. I said, God, you said you take care of it. You say you know what I need to eat. You know what I need to be clothed with. You said I'm worth more than a bird. You take care of the birds. I'm not homeless. I'm a man on my journey. This is what I told myself. I'm a man on my journey. Now, if everything works out, I'll continue on this path. But if it don't work out, and I fall flat on my face, then I'll go back working the 9 to 5, doing all the stuff that I know how to do that works, that everybody else does.
the whole populace has found their life with. And that was 2014, I think. 12 to 14, 12 to 15. 2012 to 15 was a whirlwind for me, so I get those years and events time wise. It's a big grouping. Anyways, but that was a big turning point. Is I actually put faith. I actually gave faith the lead role in my life. I put my own consciousness and my own ideas to the side, and I followed my heart to a whole new start. Great question. Okay, I gotta get to that reading. We gotta get to that reading. Thank you, Halo Art. All right, I'm gonna go use the bathroom super quick. I'll be right back, and we'll get to that. Alrighty here. I'm gonna get together a few decks. We're going to be reaching to discover your inner power. That's what this reading is going to reveal specifically for you. Halo Art. Oh no, Short B. It was Short B. I'm sorry, it was the wrong name. Halo Art was asking about the reading or whatnot, or was asking when we were going to get to it. And yeah, I think. But it was for Short B. Yes, Short B. Here we go. Yes. I'm glad I looked at that. Thank you for commenting. Very welcome. Very welcome. And we want one more. Alright, that's one.
2, 3, 4. Something I realized about my own particular life. I want people to understand that this is not everybody's life, but for me and everything I've learned, tobacco has been sacred with my family before this land was called by the name it has. Happy birthday, Dollface. That's awesome. Okay. Okay, Short B. I'm totally focused on you at this point. So, I got 4 different decks here. One's I would say modern tarot. One is a older tarot. And another one is an angel deck. And one thing I've learned about going to the cards is that by using a multitude of decks and systems, we can get a lot more of the details. So, for doing this one. Love it. That just fell. That's what wanted to jump up. All right. I'm going to bring up all the little meanings. I like to read the stuff in the books as much as I like to relate what I like to relate. Okay, that one. Okay, I'm going to start with these ones. So your first card here is a Two of Hearts. This goes back to an old cartomancy, nothing of the modern tarot system, but well, I won't say nothing, but it's more of a old fortune telling system. It says team games and partnerships to achieve common goals are fostered. Fight without fear. Good news, love encounters, and the consolidation of relationships and friendships are on the horizon. Now, that consolidation of relationships and friendships, that means some are lost, while others are focused upon. But team games and partnerships to achieve common goals. This brings us to the next couple of cards, which was the Six of Scarabs and Bess. Bess is like a dwarf giant. He's like a dwarf god. He protects. Bess protects especially kids and ladies. And to me, even though you're older or whatever the case, if you got a kid, a heart of a child, then there it is. And so this one in particular here it mentions in its upright position charity, donations, giving, receiving, investors, gratitude, fairness, and equity, balanced finances, and caring. So certainly through those positive team workings, there's going to be a fostering, there's going to be a development of fairness and gratitude, charity, money flow in a sense of donations, giving, receiving, those kinds of things. Things will be able to flow. Now understand, okay, this is a dream that we are creating in this moment. It's not just a reading, it's a dream, a reality that we're bringing forth. And so through that coming together of those teams, boom, that charity, that's fostered in that presence, in all that goodness, in that production. When you see that happening, know that this one right here, Bess, that's Bess is present for protection, divine intervention, spiritual defense, security, an advocate, an ally. Boom, right there, right in the order of things of how this was going. And so that teamwork, that you got each other's backs, but you're not just watching with human sight. You're watching with divine intuition. You're watching with more senses than limited physical protection. And this brings us to the next card. Once that door is unlocked, once that is, I don't want to say unlocked, once that is realized, because for it to be happening in the moment, boom, it's realized. And in that moment, we get to the flower of life. And this came out in the oracle cards here. I'll hold up a little longer there. And that flower of life is bringing out divine creativity and manifestation. Your soul is hungering for creativity and manifestation of the beauty in your inner world, to witness it and live it in your physical world too. Much of your spiritual energy is directed into creative process, and your creative powers are growing fast now. As you're gaining more potency in your creative flow, it's important that you use this growing ability wisely. Become aware of how easily and quick your thoughts and feelings are manifesting into conversations, situations, and responses from the universe. Notice how quickly your prayers are confirmed through signs and dreams, intuitions, and opportunities opening up for you. You are becoming more and more swiftly that which you choose to think, feel, speak, and believe. This oracle suggests that the time is right for you to choose to align yourself with love each morning so that your thoughts will serve you well and the manifestations you set in motion will be ones that enhance your life experience rather than more of what you do not want to experience. Now, this can require time, habit, and consistency to change patterns of thought and behavior, but it can be done. You're guided now to allow yourself absolute and radical permission to detach from past thoughts and behaviors, to bear the challenge of not knowing who you are or how you will be on the other side of the transformation in order to let it happen. The flower of life holds the secrets to allowing creative change and transformation of circumstances, manifestation, and healing in the easiest and most enjoyable ways possible. The flower of life contains repetitive patterns, each interlacing and interrelating to the other, like the holograph that contains the whole within each part. In this way, all that is required is to tap into one part, one element, one thought, or one behavior that relates to your desired creative outcome and integrate it into your life. All the rest will follow through natural connection. Now, this oracle of the flower of life also brings guidance that you are in the midst of a changing pattern, and although it might be uncomfortable at first, it holds the seeds of what you desire. To allow it to happen is and allowing it to happen is wise and loving to the self. So be brave, beloved initiate. The flower of life is nurturing you into a more whole expression of your divine self. Yes, there will be moments of questioning or doubt, but they are such a small part of the beauty unfolding for you now. Enjoy the flowering of your soul, light into form on this planet, if all it in all its diverse beauty. And this is that symbol it was talking about earlier. And I'm just going to read this little, it's a little incantation, a little goes in flow with what we just spoke about. It says, flower of life, circles repeating, manifestation now increasing, creativity flowing fast with power of the universe vast. The whole within a grain of sand, manifestation forms from this hand, with unconditional love so wise, uniting power of earth and skies. Flower of life, circles increasing, the energy grows through this speaking. And there's this small guided meditation, short B, that I'd like to read for you. In this, uh, I'm gonna read for an ending, I'm going to go over that little rhyme and incantation little portion I just read. I'm going to read over. That'll be the ending. That's how you know it'll be over when I'm done reading that portion. But for this guided meditation, if you'd like to take part in it, just close your eyes. That's all you got to do. As you are, if you're in a situation or a place where you can close your eyes and you're safe and all that is good, I encourage you to do so. Go into your heart space and relax your breathing from your belly to your chest, feeling the rise and fall of the body along with the breath. Allow yourself to cultivate the feeling, image, sense, or perception of something you would really like to create, become, or be right now. Come from a place of joy and love, something that really makes your heart sing. Don't worry if it seems too much or impossible. Don't think, analyze, or judge. Just feel with your heart and trust. Sit with your vision or feeling and then gaze at the pattern of the flower of life below, holding the vision, feeling, or image in your heart as you gaze at the pattern that I had shown earlier, absorbing the image of the flower of life internally. Take your time. Enjoy the fact that you're seeding your vision or this feeling. Relax into it as much as possible and keep your gaze soft and let it hover over the pattern, noticing small individual flowers, then how they link together and continue. And whenever you're ready and with your heart still connected, as I say, I speak for you. Of my own free will with divine harmony and grace, so be it. Flower of life, circles repeating, manifestation now increasing, creativity flowing fast with power of the universe vast. The whole within a grain of sand, manifestation forms from his hand with unconditional love, so wise, uniting power of earth and skies. Flower of life, circles increasing, the energy grows through this speaking. Kepra, kepra, kepra. Ra ra ra, tuma tuma tum, kansu kansu kansu, arsemito shabu banana sham turbina, arsemito shabu banana sham turbina, arsemito shabu banana sham turbina, abra 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 abra. Let that sink in. And from there, the only thing you got to do is trust your own intuition. Because life is now your creation. Working with that team in the beginning of your growth, of your journey, that helped you realize what your specialty is. People around you, seeing qualities in them, things they needed help with, things you tried you never knew you could do. Gaining that mastery, having that protection, being able to create some flow, even on the go. And then being able to have that flower of life truly from all that was from behind you, no matter where you are, whether you're with a team or by yourself solo, you know what you're capable of. And from that, we know that through meditation, we can create our future. And your intuition, it will guide you every single moment in that whole direction. That's your compass. That's your true north. That's the reader. You're very welcome, shot B. I was saying short B, shot B, shot B, shot by JT. I hope you weren't shot by JT. I don't know who that is, but it's not good to get shot either way. Tomahawk Spartan 2079 uh, said, as an ex prisoner, when I was locked up for 23 and a half hours a day for 3 months for fighting, I started to meditate. What you're saying is what I learned in there. It's so trippy to hear this elsewhere. This is the unity. This is the collective conscious. This is what I've personally termed the world renaissance. We're connecting together and hearing the ideas that we really kind of wound up getting in silence by ourselves, and then hearing it come from somebody else. This is we were talking to each other. This is where I continually bring out that meditation is a skill that is helping you align your chakras so that you can hear. You're an antenna and you can hear the channel going out there. And if you have a heart of love, sure, you were fighting, but it could have been for a just cause. Usually it's because you're defending somebody for whatever reason or right, and you're the one who got plugged with the problem. You were ending the problem, not starting it. Generally speaking, is what kind of happens to individuals. And in any regard, your heart matched with love. Regardless of your physical actions, your heart matched with the vibration of love. You attuned to that and you picked up channels. You heard information. You intuited it yourself out of nowhere. You did that. That is how much we can pluck all sorts of things that are going on in the cosmos, even though we're not talking to each other, even though one may not have a phone to look and get a direct message or email out. And that's why I regularly encourage for people to find their zen, find their peace, find their mental fairyland. And yeah, I'm doing things in the real world, sure, whatever needs to come and go, but I'm going to keep my play. I know what works for me. And for each person following their heart and connected, the collective consciousness is online. And so for us to focus on that peace and that goodness, we're sending out that energy to other individuals who are connected with that same heart, going through that same type of isolation, whether imposed because of people around them or whether because they did it to themselves and tired of being around. Either way, those isolation winds up happening, and some lot harder than others. I truly do believe this is where we're coming together, and so sending out the positivity, sending out the wise counsel, sending out the helpful information is helping us find who we're actually connected with out in this world. And often an ally doesn't look like an ally. It looks like a stranger, it looks like a foreigner. But for me as a child, I was taught the lesson very, very young: do not judge a book by its cover. And what I caught the whole world with all of their pants down doing the same thing is they were judging by the cover. Fancy nice man on the stage got the clean suit or the nice shiny dress, and everybody loving what they got, even though it doesn't work, even though everybody knows it's a bull-faced lie. Fucking tell me you fucking Jesus works. 2,000 years later, I'm still hearing on the news and online, we come help us look for Jesus. What the fuck? You ain't found the truth yet? We still can't understand the Bible, so this app is really great and helps me understand a lot of stuff I never knew before. 2,000 years and you ain't been able to understand one motherfucking book? You some slow motherfuckers. I don't fuck with that. I like to move fast. Could you imagine a doctor spent his whole life trying to read one book and couldn't get past it? You'd never be a fucking doctor. Having your work checked and approved by man, where's the divine connection? It's your intuition. Your intuition is your connection, and you get that divine plan update every single moment. People call it coincidence. I call it an omen. It was a sign from on high on the sly. You know how much man is monitoring and listening to everything, right? So the divine gotta be sneaky like a mug for only something you gonna get. That's why you go tell somebody, yo, 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 did you know this is happening? They're like, no. Because they don't know. The message wasn't for them. It's for you. That's why it's important to trust yourself. That's why this journey, if you do decide to continue or move on to this type of journey of life, of evolving from human to spirit while in the flesh. We're talking about human to human interaction from spirit to spirit. We're talking to their spirits. Our spirits are talking to each other. I know our mouths are moving and we're talking here, but our spirits are together to having a whole nother conversation. Paying attention to these things and learning the language of the divine is the most secure telecommunication, intergalactic reception that has unbreakable fucking transmission. There is no code breaker that can fucking figure this shit out. That's why everybody's guessing it's shit. That's why I don't come out and explain it, because if they understood it, then they could explain it. They don't understand it. But your body can literally resonate with it. And that's why, just like the monarch butterflies, they travel from so far deep south to so far up north, and not one of them has ever made the trip alive and back. How did they do it? From environmental cues. Their senses picked up environmental cues that guided them on their journey. That's what we're doing. Money fucks up your senses of environmental cues. Greed fucks up your senses to be able to get the environmental cues. Being too connected with society and what everybody fucking thinks is pretty and good, and they got the best book cover in the world, but you open that bitch up and you got maggots fucking coming out of it. That group, they can't hear the cues from the environment. But in your silence, in your peace, you can not only hear them, you can further the transmission of this environmental cue to let everybody else know who's on this journey, whether you talking to them, know them or not, and most likely the case is not, but they're going to get that resonance, and they're going to be like, ooh, yeah, 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 I know where to go, because they're going to be following their heart, not a man, not a plan of some Mr. Stan. They're going to fucking intuition with divine connection, and that's how we all fucking fix our world. Our world needs to be fixed, and it starts with each other. If we can't help each other worldwide, then we can't help this planet. What are we gonna do? Say, hey, Mother Earth, you owe me fucking $9.95? I don't think so. We need to change how we act with each other. We need to learn from Mother Earth. We can't change everybody, and we can't change the way the world is working with each other, but we can have a massive influence on how society sees each other. We can implant not just a deed to go forward in goodness, and so someone, you pass it on so someone else does it, but like machine gun fire, da 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 da, blessing, blessing after blessing after blessing after blessing after blessing after blessing. All right, now I can sit back and take a seat for a while. Let that good wave of positivity go out into existence. To become proactive rather than reactive. To maintain, to give something maintenance rather than to wait for it to crash, break down, and turn to schmut before we walk in and go, oh darn, it's gonna be horrible to try to rebuild this. I worked in roofing for 8 years. I would like manage like roof inspector, material, buying the materials, scheduling, all that kind of stuff. Or 6 years. I think it was 6 years, 8 years. I don't know. I forget. Whatever. It's been a long time. And one thing that job taught me, I did a lot of things. I took out the trash from the bottom to the top, whatever called for me to do. I went and did what people needed to do, needed to be done, whatnot, and what up. Anyways, and one big reality I learned in that job was that if you give something maintenance rather than just ignoring it, if you decide to look at that thing that you pass by every single day and just decide to clean it every so often, like it's gonna be maintained. Because if you like clean it every so often, then you're gonna be like, oh, there's a crack developing. You can patch that crack. You can take care of that little thing before it becomes a monumental problem. And so in that same way, the continual view and approach to one's own life every single day, like we read earlier, starting off the day focusing on love. This is very important because you're focusing on what qualities mean the most to you. You're reminding yourself of the values that you have cherished. And so those are fresh in your mind. When you go interact with anything in life, boom, that's going to be carried on. And yeah, very great. Thank you for sharing. Thank you for sharing that, Tomahawk Spartan. Mark McBee. It's like, acknowledge me. He was asking what's on my eyes. Um, Eyeliner. I use, for those curious, I found a combination actually works pretty good. So you could get Maybelline or whatever, but that one's like, yeah, it's Maybelline. I get the little one like that, in a jar. So you got a little brush for it. And then after that, get the liquid eyeliner. Put that on afterwards. After this completely dries, give it some time to do its thing, and then put the liquid eyeliner on it. The liquid eyeliner protects the shit out of this, and for some reason, the liquid combining with this, like it doesn't run so easy. Like it's still like it'll do what it does, but like it lasts longer. Anyways, little trick I found.
What's up, Nicholas? Room tour. You want a room tour? I guess, yeah, I would do that again. Why not? I don't mind. All right. Screaming, screaming mimes. I thought it said screaming gummies before I got to the midway point. I was like, screaming gummies. That's cool. The screaming mimes. Cool. Like that. Okay. Room tour. Uh, my GoFundMe goes directly to me and keeps a roof over my head. Um, that's people have asked me a lot of times to donate to their nonprofits or whatnot, and while I lived and helped in my physical presence with those groups, some of those groups, whatnot, I'm like, if anything, I'm the project. And my personal situation, somebody said it earlier. They said you look unhealthy. Well, I haven't eaten what you would call a solid meal in probably a week. I've had I get some cheap little cookies and peanut butter to make it last, and I have not been eating regularly. I am unhealthy right now because I haven't been able to eat on the regular. Hell, I ain't even been able to afford coffee. So no, my those donations they go directly to Mo. Um, thank you. Room tour. Ooh, link again. Yeah, you got it, bro. Thank you. Appreciate anything donated very, very much. I do. And normally I'm not asking for the donations, but well, times call for what they call for. Room tour. And just to let you all know, they are not rugs. Um, they may look like rugs. They're good material, but they're very lightweight. They're practically as light as a bed sheet. What would I do with $1,000,000 if I was given it? The first immediate thing I would do was ensure that I had a house that could double as a um, a metaphysical store and tarot shop. And I would set aside the money that I would need for the rest of my life as far as like regular bills and food goes. That would be completely calculated and set aside. And then, within reason, of like big reason, like honestly, there's maybe $5,000 where I might be like, ooh, I'd like to get these stones and herbs and stuff to like be able to have product or, like stuff to give people or whatever the case. And then with the rest of the funds, I would take quite an amount of time to, honestly, to get people off the street and into a house. That's my primary goal in life. As many people as if I come into a lot of money, my primary goal is to get people into a house where they can live freely. It's their house. Nobody's setting rules for them. But at the same time, there's structure to where like they have outlets to where they're not just left alone, but like, they can be productive. They can have something fun, family, culture, fucking whatever. Like they're not just given a home and then left alone, like, and no rules. You don't have to fucking work or like be a freaking slave for anything. But I would like to create a regenerative structure so that like that could be continually like funded and supported in one way or another. That's what I would. That's where my mind has been for a while of what I do with like $1 million. Am I high? I'm always carrying a high vibration. Blah blah blah. I do have Elden Ring, but I have not put a bunch of hours in there for it. What would I sell in my store? Okay, so there would be number one, an eclectic variety of things, everything metaphysical. Listen, well, not everything, but herbs and all that kind of good stuff. Stones, jewelry, people able to come in and like pick out stones or whatever, so we could custom make their jewelry and stuff. Little like mojo bags, like stuff like that. But the biggest thing that I would have about my store is the inner sanctuary, and which is essentially like this kind of a room right here, like this exact room in there, but like refashioned for its own space. And essentially I do sound baths in which clears an individual's energy field of negative, unwanted energies, and then winds up essentially turning on their own chakras. And so once their own chakras are cleansed, it aligns them and essentially turns them on. And the person's life changes for the better. In the year 2023, I was able to perform no less than 84 of these ceremonies with long, uh, lasting effects. Not necessarily. Some were temporary effects, but very positive results in which people were able to maintain a state of peace and goodness and achieve what they needed to each and every single day of their life, and with unparalleled success than they had had before. And so I found a real solution, a real ability in doing that. And I never charged for those particular, if you'd call them services or whatnot. People like I don't charge for those. Those I wind up doing for free for anybody who's open to it. Um, and yeah, yeah. But that's essentially um, That would be a dream come true right there. That I was able to do that for 10 months before, essentially, and that was an amazing part of my journey in my life. Because essentially the burger in there, yeah. Because essentially that's everything I wanted to do, and I don't see it as work, and people wind up benefiting from it, and on and on and on. All right. Oh, thank you. Shot by. Yeah, I can check that. Oh, thank you so much. Thank you, man. Dude, that's huge. That's huge. Whoa, whoa. Um, on that accord, yeah, anybody who would like a card reading, a tarot reading, feel free to shoot me an email. It's citra@yahoo.com. Um, I'll put my email in right there. And you can always email me, I'll email you back. And just to let people know out there, there are people on Instagram and TikTok who are creating fraudulent accounts with my info on it. Looks like my image and whatnot. It's not me. Um, but if you do want a reading or something like that, shoot me an email. It's listed right there. And I'll be more than happy to do a FaceTime with you. If I ever do a reading for you, it'll definitely be live. We can do it during the live, or we can do it on a private FaceTime kind of a chat. I totally don't mind doing that as well. And I've got my book available, uh, mentioning it. If you do want a copy of my book, I do have it in PDF format. Again, shoot me an email, let me know. And I'm going to put it in again one last time. Um, this is my GoFundMe link. And if you've enjoyed today's broadcast and you are able to donate, awesome. Thanks. Appreciate it. And if not, hey, no worries. Thanks for joining us. Thanks for being a part of the fam. Thanks for contributing. Thanks for contributing to the energy in the room, in the atmosphere. Even if you didn't chat, type anything. Uh, the energy, the way that I see it, when we're able to come together, we're all the way around the world, and it's one big magical ceremonial jam. And that's what family is. That's just resonating the good hearts, pure intentions, positive, all that good stuff. Anyways, it's past the time. Thank you for everything. It's been a wonderful day. We'll see you tomorrow. Maybe I'm trying to get on a little bit earlier than I have, but we'll definitely be on by 5 a.m. tomorrow. That would be Eastern Standard Time, 5 a.m. Or -4 GMT, if that clicks better with you. Um, Donna De Guai. Till we see you tomorrow, next time. Much love, many blessings.